Parker Pyne, the man who solves unsolvable mysteries. In a world where logic fails and emotions deceive, one man dares to answer the most chilling question of all. Are you happy? Meet Parker Pyne, not your ordinary detective. He doesn't chase criminals. He unmasks the truth hidden within people's hearts. A retired statistician with an uncanny ability to see through lies, fears, and desires, he solves mysteries not with a gun, but with pure psychological genius. But when a simple case takes a deadly turn, Parker Pyne finds himself caught in a web of deception, betrayal, and a secret someone is willing to kill for. The truth is close, but will he survive long enough to uncover it? Don't miss Part 2. The next revelation will change everything. The sun sets in a haze of gold and crimson as the Orient Express glides into the Gare de Lyon station, its wheels scraping the tracks with a rhythmic precision that echoes the pulse of excitement in the air. The camera zooms in on Elsie Jeffries, her silhouette framed against the backdrop of the train's polished brass and gleaming windows. A woman in her late 20s, with porcelain skin that seems too perfect for the grimy reality of travel, she stands out among the bustling crowd, a delicate figure with a faint tremor in her hands, gripping her luggage as if it might slip away. Her eyes wide, alert, dart nervously from one corner of the station to the other. She's not just another passenger on this luxurious journey. She's a woman on the edge. The crowd moves around her like a swirling tide, but her mind is somewhere else, somewhere darker. She inhales sharply, her fingers brushing the edge of a worn envelope she clutches against her chest, almost as if it holds the key to her every thought. The camera follows her gaze as she looks out at the train's gleaming windows. In the reflection, a glimpse of her face faintly troubled mirrors the anxiety clawing at her insides. The faintest sound of a ticking clock lingers in the background. A cryptic message lingers in her thoughts, just before Venice would be the best time. It had come to her days earlier, found in the study of her husband, Edward Jeffries, among papers that weren't his. The typewritten note had sent a chill down her spine. Her eyes closed momentarily, her mind revisiting the unsettling discovery. Who could have left it there? And why was it addressed to her? As the train's door slides open with a smooth hiss, she steps inside, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and dread. She doesn't know what to expect, but she knows one thing for sure: whatever lies ahead, it's no ordinary journey. Chilling narration sets in as the camera pulls away from her face, the station's murmur echoing in the distance. Sometimes, the answers we seek travel alongside us, hidden in plain sight, but sometimes they seek us first. The train begins to move, cutting through the French landscape like a sleek shadow, its pace quickening. Elsie is alone with her thoughts, and the weight of the mystery hanging in the air seems heavier with every passing mile. The journey has just begun. Elsie steps onto the train, her heels clicking softly against the polished floor, but the sound is drowned by the thunderous beat of her heart. The weight of the world seems to press against her chest, each breath a struggle to contain the storm inside. The compartment door closes behind her with a soft hiss, sealing her in, yet she feels more exposed than ever. The interior of the train is luxurious velvet seats, gold trim, the soft murmur of voices, but her mind is far from the elegance of her surroundings. Her thoughts whirl, spiraling back to the moment she had discovered the cryptic message. She'd found it in her husband's study, half hidden beneath a pile of his mundane papers, a single sheet of typewritten paper. Just before Venice would be the best time. The words had leapt off the page, like a haunting invitation that had no return address. Why Venice? And why her? She'd turned the note over in her hands, as if hoping the back might reveal more secrets, more answers, but it had been blank. Nothing but a chilling silence. Her mind races, replaying every detail she had found in the study. The faint scent of his cologne still lingering in the air, the strange way the room felt off, as if it held something it wasn't meant to. Something was wrong, but she couldn't place it. Not yet. The train begins to pick up speed, its rhythmic motion almost hypnotic, but Elsie can't focus on the comfort of the ride. What did it all mean? Who was involved in this, whatever it was? Was her husband a part of it? A sudden chill runs through her spine, as if something unseen has brushed against her. She shivers, rubbing her arms, yet no amount of warmth can seem to chase away the growing sense of dread. The walls of the train feel too close, too suffocating. A nagging thought lingers at the edge of her mind. Is someone else watching? Her grip tightens on her luggage, but it's not the suitcase that she's really holding on to. It's her sanity, her fragile sense of control. And then she sees it. On the seat opposite her, a suitcase with a nameplate gleaming in the soft light. Parker Pyne. She blinks, the name seeping into her consciousness like a flash of lightning in a storm. Parker Pyne Agatha, famous figure known for his personal advice column in the Times, a man who was rumored to solve the most impossible mysteries, to offer the kind of insight that made people feel like they had found their way back from the brink of despair. But what was he doing here? What was his connection to her? The questions crowd her mind, urgent and sharp. She needs to know more. She has to. And then the voice, a quiet, calm, measured voice, breaks through the storm in her mind. Are you lost, Miss Jeffries? She turns, startled, to find none other than Parker Pyne himself standing in front of her. His eyes are warm, almost kindly, but here is a calculating sharpness behind them, as if he already knows the puzzle she's trying to solve. He smiles, a little too knowingly. Her heart skips a beat as she nods, her voice barely above a whisper. I think I am. He leans in slightly, his voice lowering to a soft murmur, as if sharing a secret. Don't worry, Miss Jeffries. I suspect the answers you seek are traveling with you, and we may not have to wait long to find them. Chilling narration follows, as the camera pulls back, the hum of the train blending with the rising tension. Sometimes, the answers we seek travel alongside us, hidden in plain sight. But sometimes, they're the ones who find us first. The train surges forward, slicing through the night, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and mysteries too deep to ignore. The journey to Venice has begun, but what will they uncover before the final stop? And more importantly, who will they uncover along the way? The clock ticks. Introduction of Parker Pyne. Elsie stares at the suitcase, the nameplate gleaming under the soft light of the compartment. Parker Pyne. The letters seem almost too bold, too deliberate, like they're daring her to take notice. She blinks, feeling an inexplicable flutter of recognition. Where had she heard that name before? Her mind races, and suddenly it clicks. The Times. The famous advice column, The Problem of the Day, written by none other than Parker Pyne, a man known for his uncanny ability to solve life's greatest mysteries with nothing but words. He wasn't just a columnist. He was a master at unraveling the most tangled problems, a man with a reputation that bordered on the legendary. A flashback montage swirls in her mind, Pyne's sharp, insightful replies to desperate letters from all walks of life. People wrote to him with questions about love, betrayal, guilt, and redemption, and Pyne's answers were always disarmingly clear, as if he could peer into the very soul of those who sought his counsel. She recalls a story in which a woman's marriage was saved, a man's reputation restored, and even a criminal's conscience unearthed, all through Pyne's subtle manipulation of truth and understanding. Elsie's pulse quickens. What was he doing here? She can't shake the feeling that here is more to this moment than chance. After all, nothing about this journey feels coincidental. The cryptic message, the unsettling discovery, and now, the presence of Parker Pyne. It's almost too much to ignore. Her thoughts are interrupted as the door to the dining car slides open with a soft whoosh, and in steps Parker Pyne himself. He's a man of average height, neatly dressed in a suit that's a touch out of date, but somehow still commands respect. His glasses catch the light as he surveys the room with a calm, measured gaze that immediately lock with hers. A knowing smile plays at the corner of his lips. Elsie freezes for a second, her heart skipping a beat. He's here. Of course, he's here. Without a word, Pyne makes his way over to the table, his presence oddly soothing, yet unsettling in the way he seems to cut through the tension in the air without even trying. He sits across from her, and his gaze softens, as if he already knows the story she's about to tell. "Miss Jeffries," he says, his voice low and confident, with a calm that unsettles her more than reassures. "You look as though you've been carrying a weight heavier than your suitcase." Elsie hesitates, the words she'd been rehearsing in her mind now seeming to falter at the edge of her tongue. But here is something in Pyne's demeanor, something steady and unshakable, that forces her to speak. She tells him everything. The cryptic message, the stolen jewels, the tension in her marriage, her growing suspicion that her husband might be hiding more than just an affair. Pyne listens intently, his expression never changing, but his eyes seem to pierce right through her, as if he's already solving the puzzle in his mind. "You've done well to share this with me, Miss Jeffries," Pyne says finally, leaning back in his seat. "But here is more to this than you realize. I believe the truth is far more tangled than you could have imagined, and I intend to unravel it for your peace of mind, if nothing else." Elsie looks at him, uncertainty still clouding her mind. "Can you really find the answers? Can you really solve this before we reach Venice?" Pyne's smile widens just a fraction. It's not a reassuring smile. It's something more elusive, something that speaks of secrets hidden just beneath the surface. "I am not in the habit of promising easy answers, Miss Jeffries," he replies, "but I do promise that the truth will reveal itself in ways you never expected. And perhaps, in the end, it will be the most surprising revelation of all." Chilling narration echoes as the train begins to roll faster toward the horizon, cutting through the night, its destination clear but still far away. The problem we seek to solve, the mysteries we try to outrun, they're already here, traveling with us, dressed in the clothes of our own fears. And sometimes, the answers we think we've been searching for have already found us, just waiting for the right moment to be unveiled. Elsie shivers, the weight of Pyne's words settling in her chest like a cold shadow. What was he really saying? And more importantly, what was he planning? The train lurches forward, but Elsie can't shake the feeling that something far more dangerous and far more personal is heading toward her. And time is running out. Rising tension, the mysterious incident. The rhythmic clatter of the train fades as the sleek Orient Express edges closer to Venice. The dim lighting in the carriage flickers for a brief moment, as if the train itself is holding its breath. Elsie's pulse races, the unease she's carried since the cryptic message tightening its grip. Something is wrong. Then, without warning, the air is split by the sharp, frantic cries of passengers. "Fire! Fire!" A woman's voice, strained with panic, echoes down the corridor, shattering the calm of the otherwise elegant journey. Elsie jumps to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. The train seems to lurch to a halt, and through the windows, she can make out the murky shadows of the canals below as the train slows just outside Venice. The carriage door bursts open, and a Slavic woman, face pale and eyes wide with fear, rushes into the dining car. "I see fire. Smoke. Smoke everywhere," she gasps, her voice trembling, her English barely intelligible. "In the compartment, quick. You must hurry." Panic spreads like wildfire through the passengers, and soon they are rushing toward the corridor, murmuring in confusion. The conductor appears, looking more composed than most, and quickly ushers the crowd back. He reassures them with practiced calm. "Nothing to worry about, folks. It's just a small incident. We'll take care of it." But Pyne's sharp gaze never leaves the Slavic woman. He watches her closely as she stumbles past him, her wide eyes darting nervously. Here is something in her panic, something too forced, too rehearsed, that sets off alarm bells in his mind. Could this be a distraction? A carefully orchestrated move to divert attention? Elsie watches as Pyne's eyes narrow slightly, his fingers drumming against his cheek with a deliberate calmness that almost seems out of place in such a chaotic moment. Something is off. The noise in the corridor slowly dies down as the fire is put out, but a strange, uneasy silence fills the air. Pyne gestures for Elsie to return to their compartment, and she follows, the tension between them thickening with each step. Was this fire just an accident, or was it part of something far more sinister? As they reach the door to her compartment, Elsie's stomach lurches, her heart skips a beat. The door creaks open, and they step inside. And then, the bombshell. Her jewelry, valuable pieces, heirlooms she's carried with her for years, is gone. The velvet pouch that had once held it now lies empty on the small vanity table. The unmistakable absence of the glinting jewel sends a wave of dread crashing over her. Her breath catches in her throat. It's gone. Elsie stumbles backward, a sense of disbelief washing over her. The jewelry had been there only hours ago, safely locked in the small compartment. No one had entered her room. No one had disturbed her except for the Slavic woman, who had been in the corridor only moments before the fire. Could it be a coincidence? Pyne steps forward, his eyes scanning the room with an almost predatory focus. His gaze flickers to the window, the door, and then back to the scattered remains of the jewelry box. Here is no sign of forced entry, no indication that the thief had used brute force. It's as if the jewelry simply disappeared into thin air. Elsie feels the room close in on her, the walls pressing against her chest. Who would do this? Why now? Her thoughts are a whirlwind, confusion, fear, and disbelief consuming her. But Pyne is already moving, his fingers gently brushing against the back of the vanity mirror. He pauses, his hand hovering over it. Then a slight, almost imperceptible click. The mirror slides open, revealing a hidden compartment, but it's empty. The discovery is almost anticlimactic, yet it tells Pyne everything he needs to know. Someone had been watching. Elsie turns to him, her voice barely a whisper. Do you think it's the Slavic woman? Pyne doesn't answer immediately. He's already moving toward the door, his face a mask of calm. I think we're dealing with something much bigger than a simple theft. He pauses just before the door closes behind them, his words hanging in the air like a dark cloud. And I think someone wanted you to find this, because the real mystery is only just beginning. Cliffhanger. As Pyne and Elsie step back into the hallway, they hear hurried footsteps from behind. The sound grows louder, closer, a figure in the shadows, rushing toward them, carrying with them the unmistakable weight of something important. But by the time they turn, the figure is gone. Just another fleeting moment, another clue lost to time. Investigating the theft. The train slows as it reaches Venice, the cold mist rising from the canals as though trying to swallow the city whole. The air feels heavy, weighted with the secrecy that lurks in every corner. Elsie's mind races, the shock of the theft still fresh, her thoughts a twisted knot of confusion and fear. How could it have happened so quickly? The jewelry she had so carefully packed, the treasure passed down through generations, now vanished, like dust blown away by the wind. They are escorted to a small office in the station, a room heavy with the musty scent of old books and legal papers. The Slavic woman, detained for questioning, is sitting across from them, her hands trembling, eyes darting nervously. Her story seems rehearsed, disjointed, her explanation of the fire that almost destroyed the compartment too convenient, too pat. Pyne sits opposite her, his demeanor calm, unruffled. His eyes don't miss a thing. Every twitch of her fingers, every shift in her posture speaks volumes. His gaze is like a scalpel, cutting through the layers of fear and lies, searching for the truth hidden beneath. Elsie watches him, trying to understand how he sees what others miss, how his mind works so effortlessly in the labyrinth of deceit that has already ensnared her. The Slavic woman insists she's innocent. I swear, I saw the smoke. I saw the fire. There was nothing else. Her voice quivers, but Pyne doesn't flinch. He leans forward, his tone smooth, almost coaxing, yet the here is a steely edge beneath the polite words. "Tell me again," he says, his voice like honey, smooth and steady, but with a hint of something sharper underneath. "What happened after you left the fire?" The woman's eyes flicker, just for a moment, before she answers. I went to help. I don't know. I didn't touch anything." "Not the jewelry." Her voice cracks on the last word, a slip, an unintended admission. Pyne notices. He doesn't interrupt her. He waits, letting the silence stretch, letting the tension build, like a slow burn waiting to ignite. The woman starts to fidget, shifting in her chair, her fingers tapping nervously on the edge of the table. Pyne watches, every detail registering in his mind, calculating, assessing. "Why did you return to the fire?" Elsie's voice trembles as she asks the question she's been too afraid to voice herself. "Why did you leave the train car and go back?" The woman hesitates, her gaze flickering to the door, the window, anywhere but their faces. She knows something, but she's not telling them. I had to. The fire, it was too much. I thought I saw someone." Someone important. Her words trail off, barely a whisper, as if the admission could cost her everything. She looks down, hands clasped tightly together, as though trying to hold herself steady. But Pyne isn't fooled. "Someone important." His voice is light, almost too casual, but the way he phrases the question is like a trap closing around her. "Someone who knew about the jewels." The woman's eyes widen, and for a moment, Elsie sees something shift behind them, a flicker of recognition. A cold chill runs down her spine. Pyne straightens in his chair, folding his hands together, his fingers steepled in thought. "I think you are a pawn in a much larger game, my dear. You didn't steal the jewels. Someone else did, and they used you to distract us." Elsie watches, the fear in her chest growing with every word. Could it be true? Could this woman really be innocent, or had she been played, just like everyone else? The Slavic woman's eyes flicker again, and Elsie catches the slightest movement, a faint gesture, almost imperceptible, toward the door. Pyne's gaze sharpens instantly, but he doesn't move. His silence is his weapon, his patience a sharp blade. "You are not telling us everything, are you?" Pyne's voice is softer now, more like a question than an accusation. He leans in slightly, his gaze unwavering. "Who are you working for?" The woman's face pales. She opens her mouth, then closes it. For a moment, it seems as if she will remain silent, but then she speaks, her voice barely a whisper. "I didn't mean for it to happen. I just wanted to help him. He said he'd make it right. But the man in the shadows, he said it had to happen this way. I had no choice." Pyne leans back in his chair, his face impassive. "The man in the shadows." He repeats the phrase quietly, as if tasting the words on his tongue, then looks over at Elsie. "This is bigger than we thought." Elsie's pulse quickens. She feels the floor beneath her shifting, her world tilting. Who was the man in the shadows? What had he meant by making it right? What dangerous game had they all been drawn into? Just as the tension seems unbearable, the door swings open, and a new figure steps into the room, a uniformed officer, his face tight with concern. "The jewelry," he says, breathless. "We've found something." Cliffhanger. Before Elsie can ask what they've found, the officer glances at Pyne, his face tense. "It's not what you think. Here is something off about it." What had they found? Was it the jewels? Or had something else, something far darker, been uncovered? The puzzle deepens. The mist hung thick over the canals of Venice as the two of them walked in silence, the weight of the last few hours pressing down on them. The evening sky was a bruised purple, the soft hum of the city drowned by their racing thoughts. Elsie's mind churned with the same question over and over. Where had the jewelry gone? It didn't make sense. The compartment had been locked, and the fire reel or imagined had left no trace. The pieces of the puzzle weren't fitting together, no matter how hard they tried. They boarded the next train toward Trieste, and Pyne, ever the strategist, remained focused, his sharp mind always at work. The jewels were stolen while the train was crossing the bridge, he said, his voice calm yet full of the quiet authority that always made Elsie feel like he could see through every illusion. "But how?" Elsie asked, her voice trembling despite herself. She had been asking the same question for hours, but with each passing minute, the answer seemed to slip further away. How could anyone steal them without being seen? Pyne paused, his eyes scanning the horizon, as if the answer were waiting somewhere in the vast expanse of the darkening landscape. "Here is only one way," he said softly, almost to himself. "The jewels never left the train. They were never smuggled out at all." Elsie stopped, her mind spinning. "But they're gone. We searched. The compartments were locked." "I know," Pyne replied, his expression unreadable. "But I have a feeling they're closer than we think." Elsie felt a chill creep over her, though the evening air was warm. "What do you mean? Closer? But they've disappeared completely." "You saw it. Here is no way they could have left the train without anyone noticing." Pyne's gaze turned to the approaching lights of the bridge they were about to cross. "Exactly," he said, his eyes narrowing. "That's the point. The only way they could have been moved is if they were hidden inside the train itself. Think about it. If someone had the right kind of access, they could have smuggled the jewels out in plain sight without anyone realizing it." Elsie frowned, the thought gnawing at her. Inside the train. But how? In a secret compartment. Pyne smiled faintly, a glint of something almost dangerous in his eyes. "It's not about compartments. It's about timing, placement. The bridge, the moment we crossed it. It was the perfect opportunity. That's when they did it. The moment of distraction, the fire. It's all part of the plan." Elsie felt the world tilt again, the ground shifting beneath her feet as everything she thought she knew began to unravel. "You think the fire wasn't an accident?" she whispered, the realization dawning with a sickening clarity. Pyne nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving the tracks ahead. "It was staged to draw attention. It gave the thief the perfect cover to move the jewels without anyone noticing. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing." As the train sped toward Trieste, the weight of the mystery felt heavier than ever, the pieces of the puzzle slipping through their fingers like sand. But why? What's the end game here? What do they want with the jewels? Elsie's voice was shaky now, her mind racing with the possibilities. "I don't know yet," Pyne admitted, his expression grim. "But I intend to find out." Elsie turned to him, her heart pounding. "How can you be so sure?" Pyne gave a small, enigmatic smile, one that both reassured and unsettled her in equal measure. "Because I've just sent a telegram to someone who can help us. A contact in Trieste, who owes me a favor." Elsie raised an eyebrow, confused. "A contact?" "A very reliable one," Pyne said, his voice low and calm. He took a moment, looking out the window as the train rumbled steadily along the tracks. "The telegram will set things in motion. I am convinced we're close to the truth." Elsie watched him, intrigued and uncertain all at once. What if we're wrong? What if this is all just a wild goose chase? Pyne turned to her, his eyes locking onto hers with a sharp, unwavering focus. "Then we'll have wasted a few hours and a few lives trying to uncover the truth." "But Elsie," he let the words hang in the air, thick with meaning. "I don't make mistakes, not like this." The atmosphere between them shifted, and for the first time, Elsie truly believed that Pyne was on the brink of something monumental. "You are sure this is the right path?" she asked quietly, the doubts in her chest starting to fade under the weight of his confidence. "Absolutely." Pyne's voice was steady, unwavering. "The moment we cross into Trieste, the game changes. We're about to uncover something far more dangerous than stolen jewels." Just as he finished speaking, the train slowed, pulling into the station in Trieste. The night air was cold and sharp, cutting through the fog that had settled over the city. They disembarked, the hustle and bustle of the station barely registering in Elsie's mind. Her thoughts were consumed by the mystery that had now tangled her life in ways she hadn't imagined. Cliffhanger. As they made their way through the station, Pyne stopped abruptly. He pulled out a small envelope from his coat pocket, the telegram. His face was unreadable, the weight of its contents heavy between them. "It's all here," Pyne said, holding it up for Elsie to see. "The breakthrough, the one clue that changes everything." Elsie felt her pulse quicken. "What does it say?" Pyne smiled cryptically, slipping the envelope back into his coat. "You'll find out soon enough." The air felt electric, as though the universe itself were holding its breath. The next few steps, the next moment, could alter everything. What had he uncovered? And more importantly, what was the next twist in their dangerous game? The revelation. The narrow, winding streets of Constantinople were alive with the hum of merchants and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, but the chaos of the city was a distant memory for Elsie as she walked beside Pyne. Her heart raced with an unsettling anticipation. They were closer than ever to the truth. Pyne had not said much since they left Trieste, but Elsie knew something was coming. There was a final piece of the puzzle, and it was hidden behind the doors of a grand, aging hotel in the heart of the city. Elsie had not known what to expect when they first made their way to Constantinople. The city's pulse was different here, intimate, ancient, yet strikingly modern in certain corners. But now, all of that felt irrelevant. There was only one thing that mattered: Edward, her husband, the man she thought she knew. Pyne led her up to a dimly lit room, its worn furniture a testament to decades of use. Edward Jeffries stood by the window, his silhouette framed by the soft glow of the setting sun. His face was drawn, his posture stiff with the weight of something unspeakable. Elsie stopped just inside the doorway, her breath catching. "Edward," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She hadn't seen him since that morning, the last time she had believed he was the man she loved. Edward turned slowly, his eyes clouded with guilt, but there was a tenderness in them when he met her gaze. "Elsie," he said, his voice hoarse, as though he hadn't spoken in days. He looked at her with such longing that it cut through the fog of confusion clouding her mind. "I never wanted you to know." Elsie's stomach churned as she stepped forward, the final pieces of the mystery gathering weight in her chest. "What happened, Edward? Why the jewels? Why everything?" Edward swallowed hard, taking a long moment before he spoke. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. His words were like glass, fragile and ready to shatter. "I had no choice." Pyne stepped forward, his expression cold, yet oddly sympathetic. "You've been playing a dangerous game, Mr. Jeffries," he said, his voice clipped. "You didn't just lose those jewels, did you? You swapped them." Edward flinched, the accusation striking like a whip. "I didn't want to. I didn't want any of this," he murmured, his voice breaking. "But I had no choice." Elsie's heart skipped a beat. "Edward, tell me the truth." She stepped closer, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desperation. "Why? Why did you do this?" Edward lowered his head, his shoulders sagging as the weight of his confession crushed him. He stared at the ground for a long moment, collecting his thoughts. Finally, he looked up at her, his gaze full of regret. I replaced the jewels. They were never the real ones. What you thought was stolen was never mine to begin with." Elsie took a step back, her mind struggling to keep up with the revelation. "What do you mean?" Edward exhaled shakily, his eyes brimming with something Elsie hadn't expected: vulnerability. "I needed to pay off Mrs. Rossiter." The name hit Elsie like a slap. "Mrs. Rossiter?" She repeated, her mind trying to connect the dots. "The blackmailer." Edward nodded, his voice trembling. "Yes, she had something on me, something I could never escape. She threatened to destroy me, destroy everything we had." His hand clutched at his side, a silent testament to the torment he'd endured. Elsie felt the room spin as Edward's words settled like heavy stones in her chest. "What did she have on you, Edward?" she asked, her voice small. The question was like a needle, threading through the fabric of his carefully constructed world. Edward's eyes darted to Pyne, who stood silently observing. He didn't flinch at the scrutiny, but the atmosphere in the room had thickened, suffocating, charged with unspoken truths. Edward's gaze softened, but there was no escape from the shadow of his confession. It wasn't just the jewels. His voice was raw, and the words came slower now. "She knew about my past. My time in Africa, the things I did." Elsie's mind raced. Her husband's past, she had heard whispers, but nothing concrete. The tension in the air became unbearable. "Edward, what are you saying?" She had never heard him speak of Africa in such a way, never heard him hint at anything so dark. He inhaled deeply, as though preparing himself to face the storm. "There were things I did. Things I can't undo." His eyes flickered with pain, but the truth was slipping out, like water from a broken dam. Mrs. Rossiter knew about it all. And she had the power to ruin you too, if she had gone to the press. Elsie's heart sank. She felt as though the floor had been ripped from beneath her. Her voice broke, barely a whisper. "So you stole the jewels, to pay her off?" Edward nodded, the shame heavy in his features. "I thought it would be enough. I thought I could buy her silence, fix everything." Elsie took a step back, her chest tightening. "Edward, how could you? You lied to me. You lied to us." Her voice cracked, the weight of betrayal seeping in. Edward reached out for her, his hand shaking. "Elsie, I never meant for it to go this far. I thought I could protect you. I thought I could make it all go away, but I was wrong." Pyne stepped forward, his calm demeanor cutting through the emotional storm. "The jewels were never stolen, Mrs. Jeffries," he said softly, his eyes fixed on Edward. "It was all part of your attempt to pay off Mrs. Rossiter and keep your past buried. You wanted to make everything disappear, but in the end it was never just about the jewels, was it?" Edward's face twisted with anguish. He collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hands. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "It was never just about the jewels." Elsie stood frozen, caught in the aftermath of his confession. The weight of his words crushed here each one a dagger in her heart. "What else, Edward? What else are you hiding?" For a moment, the room was silent, the tension unbearable. Edward looked up, his eyes filled with regret. "I wanted to protect you, but now I've dragged you into this mess. I am so sorry, Elsie." But the truth was undeniable now. The secrets were out, and the game was far from over. "It's not over yet, Edward," Pyne said, his voice steady. "To hear is still much more to uncover." Elsie's heart hammered in her chest, but she couldn't stop herself from asking, "What's next, Pyne?" And Pyne, ever the enigma, smiled grimly. "Now we follow the trail back to Mrs. Rossiter, and this time we won't let her slip away." The game was far from finished, but with each revelation, they were getting closer to something far more dangerous than anyone could have predicted. Emotional resolution. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a soft amber glow over the city of Constantinople. The bustling streets had quieted, but in the room where Elsie and Edward stood, the world felt suspended in a fragile silence, like a moment that could slip through their fingers if they weren't careful. Pyne stood near the window, his silhouette framed by the soft light of the setting sun, observing the scene with his usual enigmatic calm. Beside him, Edward Jeffries sat at the edge of a worn armchair, his shoulders slumped, his face drawn with the weight of his confession. The man who had once seemed so strong, so assured, now appeared broken, vulnerable in ways that were raw and unmistakable. Elsie's mind was still reeling from the storm of revelations. It was hard to reconcile the man she had loved, the man who had held her hand and whispered promises of a future together, with the one who had deceived her. But there was something in his eyes, something that told her he had made a choice. He had taken responsibility, or at least part of it. As the silence between them stretched, it was Pyne who broke it, his voice smooth and measured. "The jewels are safe, Mr. Jeffries," he said quietly, sliding the small velvet pouch from his jacket pocket and placing it on the table between them. It was a simple gesture, but it held the weight of their entire journey. Your wife need never know the full extent of what transpired. Edward's eyes flickered to the pouch, and then back to Elsie, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for it. "Elsie," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I never wanted this for us. I never wanted you to be caught up in my mistakes." Elsie's heart ached at the sight of him so small in his guilt, so broken in his honesty. She had spent years building a life with this man, and now she was faced with the wreckage of that life, pieces scattered before her like shards of glass. But there was a softness in him now, an openness that had been missing when they first met, and for a fleeting moment, she wondered if that was enough. If she could still find a way back to the love they had once shared. She crossed the room to stand before him, her hands still cold from the weight of her thoughts. She wanted to say something that would fix everything, something that would make sense of the chaos. But the words wouldn't come. She had spent too long trying to make sense of the impossible. Edward looked up at her, his eyes pleading. "Please," he said, his voice breaking. "Don't hate me for this. I did what I thought was best, but I was wrong. I should have trusted you. I should have told you everything." Tears welled in Elsie's eyes, but she held them back. "Edward, you should have trusted me," she said, her voice softer than she meant it to be. "But I don't know if I can ever forgive you for what you've kept from me." The words hung between them, heavy with the weight of their shared history. Edward's head dropped, his shoulders shaking as the full force of her words sank in. He had betrayed her, yes. But more than that, he had betrayed himself. And in that moment, it wasn't just his guilt that hurt, it was the knowledge that he had lost her trust. "I don't know what to say," Edward whispered. "I've made a mess of everything, Elsie, but I need you to know that I never wanted this for you. The only thing I've ever wanted is for you to be happy." Elsie closed her eyes for a moment, the turmoil inside her chest threatening to spill over. She thought of the past, of the life they had built, of the man who had once made her laugh, who had held her through the hard times. And she thought of the lies, the betrayals, the secrets that had threatened to tear them apart. Could love survive that? When she opened her eyes, she found Pyne standing at the door, watching them with an air of quiet understanding. "It's time, Mr. Jeffries," he said. "If you are ever going to truly move on, you'll have to tell her the truth. But not all of it, just what matters." Edward nodded, his throat tight. He stood up slowly, his hands shaking as he took a step toward Elsie. "Elsie," he said softly, his voice full of sincerity. I replaced the jewels because I was desperate. But the truth is, here is something else I should have told you." Elsie's heart skipped a beat. She could feel her chest tightening again, as though she had to brace herself for the final blow. "What is it, Edward?" Edward hesitated, his eyes flickering to Pyne, who gave a small, encouraging nod. "I did it to protect you," he whispered, his voice filled with pain. "There was a time when I thought I could keep you safe by lying. But I was wrong. I should have told you everything." Elsie's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. The vulnerability in his eyes was raw, and she could see the remnants of the man she had once loved, struggling to find a way back to her. "You should have trusted me," she whispered, her voice cracking. "But I think I am starting to understand why you didn't." Pyne stepped forward, his voice steady. "This is your moment, Mr. Jeffries. The only truth that matters is the one you share now." Edward nodded, his face set with determination. "I am sorry, Elsie. Truly. I am sorry for everything." Elsie felt something shift in her chest, something fragile and tentative. There was no magic cure for the damage that had been done, no simple fix for the years of deceit. But there was honesty now, and that was something she hadn't had before. And in that moment, as the silence stretched between them, she realized that maybe, just maybe, there was still hope. Not for the past, not for the life they had lost, but for something new, a future where trust could be rebuilt, piece by fragile piece. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was a road they would walk together, or not at all. "I don't know if I can forgive you," Elsie whispered, her voice shaking, "but I think I want to try." And as Pyne quietly watched them, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "That's all anyone can ask for," he murmured, turning toward the door. "The rest, it's up to you." The final chapter of their journey had been written, but the real story of healing, of redemption, of starting anew was just beginning. Closing scene, final twist. The train's whistle sounded, a low, mournful note that seemed to reverberate deep into the heart of Constantinople. The platform was bustling with the usual noise and chaos of departing passengers, but inside the luxurious carriage of the Orient Express, a quiet tension lingered in the air, as if the very train was holding its breath. Elsie leaned against the window, watching the city fade into the distance, her eyes tracing the fading outlines of the minarets and bustling streets. The journey had taken a toll on her, more than she cared to admit. She glanced at Edward, seated beside her, the real jewels now safely in his hands, a token of the unraveling mystery, but also of the frailty of the trust between them. They had come so far, through deception and fear, and yet, the truth though laid bare was far from simple. She couldn't help but wonder, could it ever truly be enough to mend the rift that had formed between them? Edward caught her gaze and offered a small, tentative smile, the kind of smile that was once so familiar to her. It was the smile of a man who had lost his way but now found a glimmer of hope. His hand reached for hers, fingers trembling with vulnerability. "Elsie," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper amidst the clinking of glasses and murmur of conversations around them. "I'll do whatever it takes to make things right." She squeezed his hand gently, but her thoughts were far from the moment. Something gnawed at her, something deep and unresolved, as if there were still pieces missing from this puzzle. There was too much she didn't know, too much still lurking beneath the surface. A quiet clearing of the throat broke her reverie. Pyne. He stood at the end of the compartment, his ever-present notebook in his hands, his eyes glinting with a knowing, cryptic look. He caught her eye and gave a slight nod, almost imperceptible, but enough to make her feel the weight of his gaze. "Edward, Elsie." Pyne's voice was as calm and assured as ever. He gave them a small, almost imperceptible smile, as though he had everything under control. "Don't worry about Mrs. Rossiter. I'll handle her from here." Elsie glanced at him, her thoughts swirling. Mrs. Rossiter. The woman whose name had hovered like a shadow over everything, the one whose blackmail had driven Edward to make such desperate choices. She hadn't fully understood Pyne's role in all of this, but she could see now that there was much more to the man than met the eye. Edward nodded, the faintest glimmer of relief crossing his face. "I trust you, Pyne. I owe you more than I can say." But Pyne, ever the enigma, only offered a brief, cryptic smile in return. "Consider it handled, Mr. Jeffries." A journey through the Syrian desert, where secrets lie buried, and a murder awaits to be uncovered. But who can you trust when every passenger is hiding something? What would you do if a journey turned into a deadly trap? In the endless Syrian desert, where the horizon blurs into a shimmering mirage and time seems suspended, the secrets people carry weigh heavier than the sand. A solitary Pullman motor coach rumbled along the uneven terrain, its wheels fighting against the encroaching storm. Overhead, dark clouds gathered like silent conspirators, while the distant growl of thunder warned of chaos brewing in the skies. Inside the coach, the passengers sat in uneasy silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts or perhaps their own secrets. The air inside felt heavy, a sharp contrast to the vast oppressive openness outside. The dim light of the oil lamps swayed with the motion of the coach, casting flickering shadows that made faces look as if they were wearing masks. Captain Smethurst sat near the back, his posture stiff, his eyes darting to the window and then back to his clasped hands. He was a man who seemed to fold into himself, as though he feared the world might see too much if he didn't. He whispered to himself, low enough that no one could hear the words clearly. Yet one phrase seemed to slip out, cutting through the hum of the engine. Some secrets must never see the light. Across from him, a young woman, Netta Price, glanced up at the sound of his voice. Her wide, curious eyes met Smethurst's for a fleeting moment before he turned away, tightening his grip on his leather briefcase. Her aunt, sitting beside her, scolded her softly for staring, but Netta couldn't shake the unease that settled in her chest. The storm outside was growing closer now, the first drops of rain streaking the dusty windows. The driver muttered a curse under his breath as the coach jolted over a deep rut, causing one of the passengers, a burly man in a military uniform, to spill his tea. He swore loudly, his accent betraying his RAF background, and wiped his trousers with a grumble. General Poley, seated near the front, gave a pointed cough, his dark eyes sweeping over the group with a calm that bordered on calculation. He adjusted the collar of his coat, a faint smirk playing on his lips as if he were quietly entertained by the unfolding drama. "Storm's rolling in fast," the driver called out, his voice tinged with both worry and resignation. "Might get tricky up ahead." Smethurst flinched at the driver's words, his breathing quickening almost imperceptibly. He shifted in his seat, clutching his briefcase even tighter, as if it were the only thing anchoring him. Detective Parker Pyne, seated inconspicuously near the center of the coach, watched it all with a practiced eye. He noticed the beads of sweat forming on Smethurst's brow despite the cool air inside. He caught the slight tremor in the man's hands, the way his lips moved as if rehearsing a silent argument. To an untrained observer, Smethurst might have seemed like any other nervous traveler. But to Pyne, the man was puzzily a ticking clock counting down to something inevitable. The storm unleashed its fury just as the coach crested a dune, the rain now pelting the windows with relentless force. Lightning illuminated the desert for a brief second, revealing the vast emptiness that seemed to stretch into eternity. Yet inside the coach, the atmosphere was anything but empty. Secrets had a way of filling spaces, and in that moment, the Pullman motor coach felt like a powder keg waiting for a spark. And as Captain Smethurst whispered one last cryptic sentence to himself, "Not until Baghdad," the storm wasn't the only thing about to break. Curiosity hook. The scene ends with Pyne's gaze fixed on Smethurst, his thoughts interrupted by a sudden jolt as the coach hits another bump. This journey, Pyne thought, will not end as it began. The suspense begins. The rain came down in torrents, transforming the desert into a muddy quagmire. The once solid sand turned to slush, and the Pullman motor coach groaned in protest as its wheels spun helplessly. Inside the vehicle, the passengers exchanged uneasy glances as the engine sputtered and died, leaving only the sound of rain drumming against the roof and the occasional rumble of thunder to fill the silence. "This blasted rain will be the end of us," grumbled the driver, throwing his cap on the dashboard. "We'll have to get out and push. Ain't no other way." General Poley sighed dramatically. "Marvelous. Just what this journey needed. Muddy boots and pneumonia." Netta Price looked at her aunt, who was clutching her handbag, as though it might somehow protect her from the storm outside. "Aunt Sylvia, maybe we should." "We are not stepping into that filth," Aunt Sylvia declared, her voice sharp. "Let the men handle it." Detective Pyne remained silent, his eyes drifting to the back of the coach where Captain Smethurst sat, his head tilted slightly forward, his hand still gripping his briefcase. The man hadn't moved since the coach had stopped. The driver turned to the passengers, his frustration boiling over. "All right, listen up. If we're going to get this coach moving again, I'll need a few hands. You, sir." He pointed at the burly RAF officer. "And you, Mr. What's your name?" "Hensley," the man replied curtly, rising from his seat. "Let's get this over with." As the driver and a handful of passengers stepped out into the storm, Pyne noticed something peculiar. Smethurst, usually quick to grumble or complain, hadn't so much as stirred. Pyne leaned forward slightly. "Captain Smethurst," he called. The man didn't respond. Outside, the scene was a chaotic mess of voices and splashing water. The men grunted and cursed as they pushed against the coach, their boots sinking into the wet sand. The rain soaked through their clothes, and the desert wind cut like a knife. "Put your back into it," the driver shouted over the downpour. Inside, Pyne's voice grew firmer. "Captain Smethurst, are you all right?" Netta turned in her seat, her brow furrowed. "Is he sleeping?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rain. Pyne stood and moved toward the back of the coach. The closer he got, the colder the air seemed to feel. "Captain Smethurst," he said again, reaching out to touch the man's shoulder. The moment his fingers brushed the captain's coat, Pyne froze. Smethurst's body was unnaturally rigid, like stone beneath the fabric. Pyne's hand recoiled instinctively as a chill ran down his spine. He leaned in, peering at the man's face. Smethurst's eyes were open, wide with an expression of sheer terror. His mouth hung slightly ajar, as though he'd tried to scream but couldn't. The briefcase he had been clutching so tightly now rested limply in his lap, his fingers still curled around its handle. Pyne's voice was low, but the urgency was clear. "Netta, call the others, now." Netta hesitated, her lips trembling. "What's wrong? Is he?" "Call them," Pyne repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Netta bolted to the door and shouted into the storm. "Come back. Something's wrong." The passengers scrambled back into the coach, dripping wet and shivering. The driver was the first to speak. "What's all this shouting about?" His words died in his throat as his eyes fell on Smethurst's motionless form. "What in God's name?" General Poley muttered, stepping closer, his usual air of superiority replaced by unease. The RAF officer, still catching his breath, let out a low whistle. "Dead, isn't he?" Aunt Sylvia clutched her chest. "Oh, dear heavens, how did this happen?" Pyne stepped back, his gaze still fixed on Smethurst's frozen expression. "He's been dead for a while," he said quietly, "and it wasn't natural." The group fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down on them like the storm outside. The driver shook his head, his face pale. "What do you mean, not natural? He was fine just a moment ago." Pyne's voice was calm but firm. "Look at his face. That's not the look of a man who passed peacefully. That's fear, pure, unrelenting fear." As the rain hammered against the roof, a sense of dread settled over the passengers. Each one of them glanced at the others, suspicion creeping into their eyes. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside the coach, a different kind of storm was brewing, one that would change everything. Pyne turned to the group, his tone grim. "We're not just stranded in this desert, we're trapped with a murderer." The suspects and clues. The atmosphere inside the coach was thick with tension, each passenger casting uneasy glances at one another. The storm outside continued its relentless assault, but the real storm was brewing within, fueled by fear and suspicion. Detective Pyne, seated at the edge of his seat, watched the group carefully, his sharp eyes noting every twitch, every whispered word, and every shift in body language. He knew from experience that people revealed their true selves in moments like these. Netta Price sat beside her aunt, wringing her hands nervously. Her youthful face was pale, her wide eyes darting between the lifeless body of Captain Smethurst and the other passengers. Beside her, Aunt Sylvia sat upright, her posture as stiff as the pins holding her tightly wound bun in place. Her lips were pursed, her sharp gaze moving around the room with the precision of a hawk. "This is absolutely preposterous," Aunt Sylvia declared, her voice cutting through the tense silence. A murder in the middle of the desert. It's unthinkable. Unthinkable, but real, Pyne said evenly, his calm tone contrasting with her rising pitch. And we must now think about why someone would want Captain Smethurst dead. Why someone? Aunt Sylvia's eyes narrowed. Why not a heart attack, or? Because that man's face, General Poley interrupted, gesturing toward the body, does not scream heart attack, madam. It screams terror. The group fell silent for a moment, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. Netta shifted uncomfortably, glancing at her aunt. Netta, Pyne said suddenly, his gaze fixed on her. She startled, as though caught off guard. You've been quiet. Did you notice anything unusual about Captain Smethurst? Me? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know. I didn't really talk to him. Of course she didn't, Aunt Sylvia interjected, her tone protective but sharp. I've told her time and again not to involve herself with strangers. It's hardly appropriate for a young woman of her standing. And yet, Pyne countered smoothly, you, madam, seemed to have quite an interest in him earlier. I couldn't help but notice you watching him when he boarded the coach. Anything you'd like to share? Aunt Sylvia's cheeks flushed with indignation. I was merely observing. The man was fidgeting like a nervous schoolboy, quite unbecoming for someone of his position. But that hardly makes me a suspect. Perhaps not, Pyne said with a faint smile. But you do seem to be very aware of his behavior. Did you hear him say anything unusual? Well, Aunt Sylvia hesitated, clearly flustered. He did mutter something under his breath as he passed by. Something about keeping secrets. But that's hardly evidence of foul play. It's a start, Pyne said, leaning back slightly. Secrets often have a way of leading to trouble. Netta, still wringing her hands, finally spoke up. Aunt Sylvia doesn't mean any harm. She's just protective. Protective of what? Pyne asked, his gaze shifting to her. Netta froze, her face flushing pink. Nothing, I mean, just of me. She worries about me, that's all. Aunt Sylvia let out a sharp breath. This is nonsense. Why waste time questioning us when the real killer could be anyone else here? She turned to the RAF officers. What about those two? Military men always have their secrets, don't they? The larger of the two officers, Sergeant Loftus, raised an eyebrow. That's a bold accusation, madam. Careful you don't say something you might regret. Oh, don't try to intimidate me, Aunt Sylvia snapped. You are not as clever as you think. Pyne's voice cut through the rising tension. Enough. His tone was firm but calm, restoring a measure of order. We'll get to everyone in due time. For now, let's stick to what we know. Captain Smethurst was nervous, spoke of keeping secrets, and was clearly afraid of something for someone. The passengers fell silent again, the weight of suspicion pressing down on them all. Outside, the storm showed no signs of letting up, the sound of rain against the coach's roof punctuating the heavy atmosphere inside. Pyne glanced at Netta and her aunt once more, his mind racing. There was something there. He was certain of it, something hidden beneath Aunt Sylvia's stern facade and Netta's nervous energy. And whatever it was, it would soon come to light. As he prepared to move on to the next set of passengers, Pyne's sharp mind was already piecing together the puzzle, one subtle clue at a time. The desert outside might have been vast and unforgiving, but the real battlefield was here, within the confines of this small, crowded coach. The RAF officers, Hensley, General Poley, and Williamson, the suspects unfold. Detective Pyne folded his hands, leaning back slightly as he took in the group before him. Each person carried a story. It was just a matter of digging deep enough to uncover it. The desert might have been vast and desolate, but the secrets inside this coach were layered and tangled, waiting to be unraveled. His sharp gaze first fell upon the two RAF officers, Flight Lieutenant James Carr and Sergeant Loftus. They were seated together, speaking in low murmurs that stopped abruptly as Pyne approached. "Gentlemen," Pyne said, his tone polite but probing, "you seem to be getting along rather well with Captain Smethurst earlier. Did you know him personally?" Carr shook his head, his jaw tightening. "No, sir. Met him for the first time on this journey. Seemed a bit jumpy, if you ask me." Loftus added with a chuckle, though it felt forced, "Probably wasn't used to being around military men. We tend to make people nervous." Pyne raised an eyebrow. "Nervous, perhaps, but scared stiff. That's a different matter altogether. Did he say anything to you that might explain his demeanor?" Loftus exchanged a glance with Carr before answering. "Not much. Just that he was on his way to Baghdad for some urgent business. Didn't elaborate." "Odd, isn't it?" Pyne mused aloud. "Someone so nervous, yet choosing to travel in the company of strangers, makes you wonder what or who he was afraid of." Carr shifted in his seat, his hand running over the brim of his cap. "You are barking up the wrong tree, Detective. We had nothing to do with whatever happened to him. We're just trying to get to Baghdad and do our jobs." Pyne's eyes lingered on them a moment longer before moving on. "Of course, but if you recall anything at all, I trust you'll let me know." He turned his attention to Hensley, the government official who sat rigidly with a briefcase resting against his leg. His suit was immaculate, his demeanor cold and precise, like a man accustomed to control. "Mr. Hensley," Pyne began, "your work in Baghdad must be quite important, considering you are traveling through such a treacherous route. Infrastructure, was it?" Hensley gave a curt nod. "Yes, roads, bridges, irrigation projects. The foundation of civilization, Detective. Unlike this," he added, gesturing vaguely at the storm outside. "This is chaos." "And yet," Pyne said, his voice measured, "chaos has a way of exposing cracks, doesn't it? Even in the strongest foundations." Hensley's jaw tightened. "If you are implying something, Detective, I suggest you speak plainly." "Oh, I am merely curious," Pyne replied smoothly. "You must meet all sorts of people in your line of work. Perhaps you've crossed paths with Captain Smethurst before." "No," Hensley said sharply, "and I fail to see why you are asking me these questions. My work has nothing to do with this unfortunate incident." Pyne's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Work and life have a way of intersecting unexpectedly, Mr. Hensley. But I'll leave you to think on that." As Pyne moved on, he felt the weight of Hensley's glare on his back. Next, his attention turned to General Poley. The man sat apart from the group, his face partially obscured by the brim of his hat. There was an air of quiet authority about him, but also something evasive, as if he were accustomed to operating in shadows. "General Poley," Pyne said, taking the seat across from him, "a man of your stature must have seen his fair share of unusual situations." Poley looked up slowly, his eyes sharp and calculating. "Unusual, yes, but this." He gestured toward Smethurst's lifeless body. "This is something else entirely." "Perhaps," Pyne said. "But tell me, General, what brings you to Baghdad? It's not often one encounters a man with your reputation on such a modest journey." Poley's lips twitched in the faintest hint of a smile. "Reputation, you say? I am afraid my reputation is far more mundane than the tales you've likely heard. I am merely an observer these days, Detective." "An observer?" Pyne leaned forward slightly. "Of what exactly?" Poley's smile widened, but his eyes remained cold. "Of life, Detective. Of the world as it changes. Isn't that what we all are in the end?" Pyne held his gaze for a moment before standing. "Perhaps. But some of us leave larger footprints than others." Finally, Pyne approached Williamson, a quiet man who had been sitting near Smethurst before his death. Williamson's hands trembled slightly as he adjusted his glasses, his expression one of barely contained anxiety. "Mr. Williamson," Pyne said gently, "I understand you might have overheard Captain Smethurst saying something earlier. Can you tell me what it was?" Williamson swallowed hard, his voice shaky. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Detective. It's just, he seemed so agitated. He kept muttering to himself, saying, I'll stay silent until Baghdad. Pyne's brow furrowed. Did he say anything else? Anything at all? Williamson hesitated, then shook his head. Number just that. But here is one more thing. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a torn piece of paper. I found this near his seat. Pyne took the paper, studying it closely. It was a page from an old Etonian yearbook, the edges frayed and stained. A faint inscription on the bottom caught his eye. To my oldest friend, never forget. The room seemed to grow quieter as Pyne folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. His mind raced with possibilities. Smethurst's cryptic words, the torn page, the cast of characters, all pieces of a puzzle that promised danger and intrigue at every turn. Outside, the storm howled, but inside, the storm of secrets was only just beginning. Twists and revelations, secrets, begin to unravel. The storm outside raged on, the wind battering the stranded coach as Detective Pyne knelt beside Captain Smethurst's lifeless body. The room was thick with tension, each passenger's gaze shifting nervously as Pyne examined the corpse with meticulous precision. "What are you looking for, Detective?" Hensley's voice broke the silence, sharp and impatient. "Answers, Mr. Hensley," Pyne replied without looking up, his tone calm but pointed. "And if I am correct, they're written on this man's body." A collective murmur rippled through the group. Pyne gently adjusted Smethurst's collar, revealing what he had been searching for, a faint puncture wound on the side of his neck. "There," Pyne said, his voice grave as he stood. "This was no accident. Smethurst was killed deliberately and precisely." Gasps echoed around the coach. Netta Price clung to her aunt, her face pale. "But how? Who would do such a thing?" "That, Miss Price," Pyne said, his sharp gaze scanning the room, "is the question we must answer before the killer strikes again." Loftus, the RAF officer who had been quiet until now, stepped forward. "Let's not jump to conclusions, Detective. You are suggesting someone among us is capable of murder." Pyne's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Capable? Certainly. And if we're being honest, Lieutenant Loftus, I suspect you know more about this than you are letting on." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Loftus. His face darkened, but he held his composure. "You think I had something to do with this?" he asked, his voice steady but tinged with defensiveness. "I think," Pyne said, his tone razor-sharp, "that you are a man who's seen his share of violence, and you understand the psychology of fear, don't you? Perhaps even enough to exploit it." Loftus's jaw tightened. "You are out of line, Detective. I am just as eager to find the truth as you are. But accusing me without evidence, that's reckless." Pyne held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned to address the group. "Reckless, perhaps, but in situations like this, it's often the smallest details that reveal the truth." As if to prove his point, Pyne moved toward one of the luggage compartments. His keen eye had noticed something odd, a trail of damp sand leading away from the rack. He reached in and pulled out a pair of socks, heavy and wet, sand spilling out onto the floor. "What in the world?" General Poley muttered, leaning forward to get a better look. "These," Pyne announced, holding up the incriminating evidence, "were deliberately planted to implicate someone. Wet sand doesn't end up in socks by accident, does it?" The passengers exchanged uneasy glances, suspicion thick in the air. "Who do you think they were meant to frame?" Netta asked, her voice trembling. "That," Pyne said, setting the socks down carefully, "is the kind of question our killer wants us to ask. They're trying to sow discord, make us turn on one another." "And they're succeeding," Loftus muttered, crossing his arms. "This whole thing is a powder keg waiting to explode." Pyne's expression darkened. "Which is exactly why we need to stay calm. The killer thrives on chaos, and we won't give them the satisfaction." As the group tried to process this latest revelation, Pyne turned his attention back to Smethurst's belongings. He rifled through the captain's coat pocket and froze when his fingers brushed against something unusual. Slowly, He pulled out a folded piece of paper, its edges worn and stained. "What is it?" Hensley demanded, craning his neck to see. Pyne unfolded the paper, revealing a cryptic note scrawled in uneven handwriting. "The desert keeps no secrets, neither do I." The room fell deathly silent. What does that mean?" Netta whispered. Pyne's eyes narrowed as he studied the note. "It means Smethurst knew something worth killing for, and whatever it is, the answer lies in Baghdad." A low rumble of thunder punctuated his words, as if the storm itself was in on the secret. The passengers stared at one another, the lines between friend and foe growing blurrier by the moment. Pyne folded the note carefully and slipped it into his pocket. "Mark my words," he said, his voice steady and determined. "This killer thinks they're smarter than all of us, but they've made one critical mistake." "And what's that?" Loftus asked, his skepticism clear. "They didn't count on me being here," Pyne replied, his gaze unwavering. The passengers fell silent, the weight of Pyne's words sinking in. Outside, the wind howled louder, as if echoing the storm brewing within the coach. The tension was palpable, and every soul in the room knew one thing: the game had just begun. The final act, the truth unveiled. The coach was eerily silent as Pyne stood, his sharp gaze sweeping over the room. His mind had unraveled the tangled web of deceit, and now it was time to lay it bare for all to see. "Gather around," he commanded, his voice firm but steady, the weight of his words sending a ripple through the group. Each passenger took a seat, the air thick with anticipation, their eyes locked on him. Even Loftus, his demeanor still outwardly composed, couldn't hide the unease beginning to settle in his chest. Pyne glanced at each of them, taking a moment to let the tension simmer before he spoke again. "Captain Smethurst's death was not a random tragedy," Pyne began, his tone deliberate, each word sharp like a scalpel. "It was a calculated, deliberate act." Hensley shifted uneasily in his seat, the sharp glint of suspicion in his eyes. "Calculated? What do you mean, Pyne?" Pyne met his gaze squarely. "I mean the killer was someone who had every reason to silence Smethurst, someone who had a lot to lose if certain truths came to light." There was a long pause. Pyne could feel the tension building in the room as everyone awaited the revelation. Finally, his eyes locked onto Loftus, visibly sweating, his hand tightening around the armrest. "It was you, Loftus," Pyne said, his voice low but certain. Loftus froze, his face a mask of disbelief, then anger. "What are you talking about?" he spat, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Your real name isn't Loftus," Pyne continued, unfazed. "It's Samuel Long, the infamous financier who disappeared after embezzling millions from investors. You've been hiding under this false identity ever since." A wave of shock rippled through the passengers. General Polly shifted uncomfortably, Netta's hand instinctively clutching her aunt's. But Samuel Long remained silent, his jaw clenched, his face betraying nothing but a cold resolve. Pyne took a step closer, his voice growing more intense. "You killed Smethurst because he recognized you, because he knew the truth. You and Smethurst were at Eton together. He knew who you were, Long. He threatened to expose you, and in the end, you silenced him." Loftus Samuel Long let out a bitter laugh, the sound echoing in the confined space of the coach. "And what? You think you've figured it all out, detective?" His eyes burned with a mixture of resentment and something darker. "You think you know the whole story?" Pyne didn't flinch. "You planted the socks, didn't you? A pathetic attempt to misdirect us, to make us believe someone else was the killer. But I knew better." Long stood up suddenly, his eyes wild, and began to pace back and forth. "You think you are so clever, don't you? All of you," he sneered, glancing at the others in the coach. "I've spent my life running from the law, from the truth. But in the end, it doesn't matter. The world is full of people like me. Full of betrayal, corruption, and secrets that never stay buried. Pyne watched him carefully, his mind calculating, his every instinct on high alert. "You are wrong, Long," he said quietly. "The truth always comes out, and when it does, it's always worse than what we fear." Long paused, his eyes narrowing, and for a brief moment there was something vulnerable in his expression, a flicker of regret, or perhaps fear. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by the same cold defiance. "You think I am afraid of dying?" Long spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "I've been living with death at my heels for years. I've made my peace with it." He pulled out a cigarette from his jacket, his fingers trembling slightly, but his expression remained steely. He lit it with a flick of his match, inhaling deeply as he leaned back against the coach's window, his gaze distant. The others watched in silence, the air thick with suspense, as the scent of tobacco filled the small, stuffy space. Then, without warning, Long staggered forward, gasping for breath. His body went rigid as he dropped to his knees, the cigarette falling from his fingers. A collective gasp filled the coach. "Poison," Pyne murmured under his breath, already moving toward Long's limp body. His heart raced, but his face remained calm as he knelt beside the fallen man, checking for a pulse. There was nothing. Long was dead. "That cigarette," Pyne said, standing up slowly, his gaze sweeping over the group. "It was laced with poison." Long didn't want to be taken by the law. He wanted to go on his terms in his own time. The passengers were in shock, some too stunned to speak. Netta's face was pale, her eyes wide, while her aunt seemed to be in a daze, her fingers trembling. Pyne stood tall, his gaze unwavering. He knew his past would catch up with him eventually. But he also knew that in this desert, a man's death could be swallowed whole by the sands. His confession, his death, it's all part of the final chapter of a life lived in hiding. He turned to the rest of the group, his voice cold but filled with a quiet understanding. The desert buries secrets swiftly, but the echoes of betrayal linger forever. As Pyne spoke those words, the storm outside seemed to reach its peak, the wind howling like the voice of the desert itself, and the coach continued its journey toward Baghdad, its passengers forever changed by the dark truths they had uncovered. Climax and resolution, the final journey. The coach rumbled through the barren stretches of the desert, its wheels now steady, as the storm outside began to subside. The once violent winds had died down to a soft whisper, but the tension inside the vehicle remained palpable. The passengers sat in near silence, their faces drawn and weary, each of them forever changed by the events that had unfolded. Pyne sat near the back, his eyes scanning the horizon through the dusty windows. He didn't speak, but his mind raced. The mystery was solved, and yet something about the resolution gnawed at him. There was no satisfaction in the triumph, only a heavy, almost suffocating feeling that lingered like the desert dust settling over their souls. The others were just as silent, lost in their own thoughts. Netta's eyes were fixed on the floor, her face pale as she clutched her aunt's hand tightly. The RAF officers exchanged occasional glances, their expressions betraying the unease that no amount of camaraderie could erase. Even the stoic Hensley, his government ties now irrelevant, appeared uncharacteristically quiet. Pyne let out a quiet sigh and leaned back in his seat, his thoughts drifting. For all the drama, the deceit, the deadly game that had played out right in front of him, the true cost of it all was hidden beneath the surface. "Do you ever wonder," Pyne said suddenly, his voice cutting through the stillness, "if we're all just playing parts in a story written by someone else?" The question hung in the air, a cloud of uncertainty that none of the passengers had the answers to. "Everything we do," Pyne continued, his voice thoughtful, yet laced with a hint of bitterness, "it's all just a series of choices, moments that shape us. But in the end, what do we become? Heroes, villains, or just people trying to survive? Netta, her eyes still downcast, slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. "What's your answer, detective?" she asked quietly, her voice soft, yet tinged with curiosity. Pyne's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "I don't have an answer. That's the problem. We're all walking a thin line. One decision, one mistake, and you can fall into the shadows, never to return." He paused, his eyes flicking to Long's lifeless body, still slumped in the seat where it had fallen. "Or you can stay in the light, pretending the darkness doesn't exist. But it's always there, lurking, waiting for its turn." The silence stretched on, thick and heavy. Outside, the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, casting an ethereal glow across the desert landscape. The coach, now moving slowly but steadily, seemed to glide across the sand, inching toward its final destination, Baghdad. In the midst of the quiet, the harsh reality of what had happened finally began to sink in. They had all been connected, whether they liked it or not, by something far greater than a simple murder. It was about survival. It was about the lengths people would go to protect their secrets, to hide their pasts, and to keep their true selves buried in the sand. Pyne glanced toward the front of the coach, where the driver steered them toward the city's distant skyline. It was almost over. The case was closed. The killer had confessed and died in his own twisted way, leaving nothing but a hollow sense of justice behind. But there was no real victory here, no grand revelation that would change the world, just the quiet realization that, in the end, the desert had won. It had claimed them all in its own way. Their secrets, their betrayals, their lies, none of it would be remembered by anyone but them. The world would keep turning, indifferent to the lives they had lived, the choices they had made. As the coach finally approached the gates of Baghdad, the city's silhouette emerging in the distance, Pyne spoke once more, his voice soft but resolute. "Justice," he murmured, "isn't always as clean as we'd like it to be." There was no answer, only the endless expanse of the desert, slowly fading into the distance as they drew closer to the city. And the haunting echo of the past, a reminder that no one truly escapes the consequences of their actions. As the coach rolled through the city gates, the passengers remained silent, each of them lost in their own thoughts, each of them carrying a piece of the desert with them, whether they wanted it or not. Who do you think the murderer is? On a quiet evening, a friendship older than time is shattered, but who was behind the breaking point? Stay tuned to uncover the secrets. It all started with a single whisper in the dark. A life lost, a trust betrayed. Can you solve the mystery before it unravels completely? The monoplane roared through the cloudless Persian sky, its shadow skimming over the endless golden sands of the desert below. The horizon stretched infinitely, blending the pale blue of Nowruz's dawn with the warm hues of the shifting dunes. Inside the cockpit, Parker Pyne sat stiffly, clutching his seatbelt. Flying in a monoplane was a novelty to him, and the aircraft's occasional lurches did little to ease his nerves. "I assure you, Mr. Pyne, she is a steady bird." Herr Schlagel's voice cut through the drone of the engine. The pilot turned his head slightly, flashing a small, bittersweet smile beneath his meticulously groomed mustache. His accent was thick, his tone melancholic, yet his words carried a practiced charm. "Let us hope so," Pyne replied dryly, though his lips twitched in faint amusement. His sharp eyes surveyed the rugged figure of the German pilot, hands steady on the controls, a faraway look in his pale blue eyes. For a moment, the two sat in companionable silence, the engine's hum a steady backdrop. Then Schlegel spoke again, his voice softer now, almost introspective. "Mr. Pyne," he began, hesitating as if weighing his words, "may I tell you something? Something I have never shared with another soul." Pyne raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I've always believed the truth sounds lighter when shared," he offered, his voice calm but laced with curiosity. Schlegel nodded, his fingers tightening around the yoke. "It was years ago, My first passengers after I began flying commercially. A titled lady from England, Lady Esther Carr, and her companion, a Miss Muriel King. His voice faltered slightly, as if the memory itself carried a weight that pressed on his chest. "Go on," Pyne urged, leaning forward slightly. "They were opposites," Schlegel continued. Lady Esther, cold, commanding. You could feel the fire beneath her composure like a storm waiting to break. And Miss King. She was radiant, kind, the sort of beauty that takes the air from the room, yet leaves everyone grateful for it. He paused, his gaze fixed ahead. But it wasn't beauty that caught me. No, it was the way Lady Esther looked at her. Her eyes, Mr. Pyne. The pilot's hands trembled slightly, an uncharacteristic crack in his confident demeanor. Those eyes were alive with something unholy, a madness I cannot describe. And then, he swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. Miss King disappeared. Disappeared, Pyne echoed, his tone sharpening. Schlegel's laughter was bitter. Lady Esther claimed it was an accident. A balcony, she said. But I knew better. I saw it in her eyes. The moment we landed, she looked at me with those wild, flashing eyes and said, "She's gone now, nothing more to say." Pyne studied Schlegel intently, noting the beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the cool air circulating the cockpit. "And you believe she killed Miss King?" he asked carefully. "I don't believe it," Schlegel whispered, shaking his head. "I know it. I see her eyes in my dreams, Mr. Pyne. They were not human that day." The plane jolted slightly as Schlegel tightened his grip on the controls. "There is madness in some families, you know," he continued, his voice heavy. Lady Esther's mother went mad, her grandmother before her. The curse runs deep in the Carr bloodline. Pyne's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, his mind piecing together Schlegel's story. But before he could ask another question, Schlegel glanced at him, his pale eyes clouded with a strange mixture of guilt and fear. "Be careful in Shiraz, Mr. Pyne," he said softly. "If you ever meet someone with eyes like hers, turn away. You'll thank me later." Pyne's heart quickened at the foreboding tone, but before he could respond, Schlegel let out a deep sigh, as though releasing a burden too heavy to carry any longer. "Perhaps I shouldn't have spoken of this," he murmured. "But there are some things one cannot bury, no matter how far one flies." The monoplane began its descent, the city of Shiraz shimmering like a mirage on the horizon. As the aircraft dipped lower, Schlegel's final words hung in the air like an ominous shadow. "I still see her eyes in my dreams, Mr. Pyne," he said, his voice a low, haunted whisper. "They were not human that day." The scene ended with Pyne staring out of the window, the desert wind rattling the monoplane, his mind racing with questions. What had truly happened between Lady Esther Carr and Muriel King? And how deep did the madness run? Arrival at Shiraz. The monoplane landed with a groan of its wheels on the sun-baked runway. Parker Pyne stepped out, greeted by the intense scent of orange blossoms carried on the dry breeze. The city of Shiraz sprawled before him, its domes and rooftops shimmering under the Nowruz sun. Not far from the edge of the city, a striking silhouette caught his attention: a grand mansion perched on a slight rise, framed against the tomb of the poet Hafez. The mansion stood veiled in shadows despite the brightness of the day, its windows like dark, unblinking eyes staring into the distance. There was a strange air about the place, a sense of abandonment, yet an unshakable presence. "Quite the sight, isn't it?" came a voice from behind. Pyne turned to find a stocky man in a crisp linen suit approaching him. His ruddy face bore the stamp of authority, yet his smile seemed rehearsed, almost too wide. "Henry Babcock, English consul." The man introduced himself with a firm handshake. "And you must be Parker Pyne. I received word of your arrival." "Shiraz is lovely," Pyne remarked, his eyes drifting back to the mansion. "But that house, it seems to brood over the city." Babcock followed his gaze and let out a low chuckle, though it lacked warmth. "Ah, that's the Carr residence. Belongs to Lady Esther. She's been holed up there for years, quite the recluse. I wouldn't recommend getting too curious about her, Mr. Pyne." "And why is that?" Pyne asked casually, his tone inviting more than politeness allowed. "Well," Babcock began, lowering his voice as though the very walls of the city might eavesdrop, "she's not the most stable of individuals. The locals whisper about her, of course, but they've been whispering ever since her companion died." Pyne's interest piqued. "Her companion?" "A Miss Muriel King," Babcock replied, his face darkening. "Lovely young woman. Tragic, really. She fell from a balcony carrying a breakfast tray, of all things. Broke her neck instantly. Lady Esther said it was an accident, but—" He trailed off, his eyes narrowing slightly. "But," Pyne prompted, his tone sharpened like a scalpel. Babcock hesitated, then leaned in conspiratorially. "Well, there are those who believe Lady Esther had something to do with it. She's erratic, haunted even. Some say the Carr family bloodline carries madness." The word madness hung in the air like an unwelcome guest, but Pyne only nodded thoughtfully. "Fascinating. And yet, she remains in that house alone." Babcock gave a sardonic smile. "She does. Keeps to herself, rarely leaves, and certainly never entertains visitors. The housekeeper delivers her meals through the side entrance. Occasionally the doctor makes a call, but that's about it." Pyne's gaze drifted back to the mansion. "You mentioned madness runs in her bloodline. Is that so?" "Oh yes," Babcock said with a theatrical shudder. "Her grandmother was institutionalized, you know. Her mother died under unusual circumstances. It's no wonder Lady Esther isn't quite right herself, and then did here is her eyes." Pyne's head tilted slightly, his interest sharpening. "Her eyes?" "Yes, dark and flashing, piercing even," Babcock said with an exaggerated gesture. "Quite unusual for someone whose parents both had blue eyes, don't you think?" A spark of suspicion flickered in Pyne's mind. Schlegel's words from the flight echoed in his memory. "I still see her eyes in my dreams. They were not human that day." "Curious," Pyne murmured, more to himself than to Babcock. "Very curious." The consul shrugged. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I've a meeting with the governor. Enjoy Shiraz, Mr. Pyne, but I'd advise you to steer clear of that house." As Babcock walked away, Pyne lingered on the edge of the bustling square, his eyes fixed on the mansion. A heavy stillness seemed to radiate from the house, as though it was waiting, watching. His mind was alight with questions. Why would a woman like Lady Esther live in self-imposed exile? Why the peculiar eyes? And what truly happened on that balcony the day Muriel King fell? Pyne's lips curved into a thoughtful smile as an idea took shape. He would write a letter to Lady Esther. If she wouldn't step out into the world, then the world via Parker Pyne would step into her shadows. "Let's see what secrets you are hiding, Lady Esther," he murmured to himself. As he turned to leave, the shadow of the Carr mansion seemed to stretch across the square, following him like an unseen presence. The invitation and deception twists begin. The sun was setting when Parker Pyne arrived at the imposing gates of the Carr mansion. The air was heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the shadows stretched long across the driveway. A liveried servant greeted him without a word, leading him through the overgrown garden and into the cavernous interior of the house. The mansion's grandeur was undeniable, though its beauty was marred by neglect. Chandeliers hung with cobwebs, and the once vivid carpets had faded to muted hues. Pyne's footsteps echoed ominously as he was escorted to the drawing room, a place that felt frozen in time. She was already waiting for him. Lady Esther Carr sat in a high-backed chair, her posture ramrod straight, her hands clasped tightly around a delicate porcelain teacup. She was pale, her face framed by raven-black hair that fell in soft waves around her shoulders. Her dark eyes intense and guarded met Pyne's with an unsettling sharpness. "Mr. Pyne," she said in a voice that was both lilting and tremulous, "your letter intrigued me." Pyne offered a polite smile as he took the seat across from her. I appreciate your invitation, Lady Esther. I admit, your story and your solitude captured my curiosity. She tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Curiosity can be dangerous, Mr. Pyne. You must know that. Indeed, Pyne said lightly, but it can also lead to answers. Lady Esther's grip on her teacup tightened almost imperceptibly. Pyne noticed the faint tremor in her hands, the way her gaze darted to the window as though searching for an escape route. He decided to probe gently. This house is extraordinary. It must have witnessed so many fascinating moments over the years. England's high society, for instance. Surely you've hosted your share of notable guests. Her lips curved into a faint smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. It's been a long time since I entertained anyone, Mr. Pyne. Ah, but the memories remain, Pyne pressed, leaning forward slightly. I recall meeting Lord Allerton once. Charming man. He mentioned dining here years ago. His peculiar habit of adding salt to his tea always amused me. Lady Esther's brows furrowed slightly. Lord Allerton? She repeated, the name rolling off her tongue awkwardly. Yes, of course, a delightful man. Pyne's smile didn't waver, but inwardly he noted her hesitation. Lord Allerton didn't exist, had made the name up entirely. And what of the spring gala? Pyne continued, his tone casual. I heard it was the event of the season. Surely you must remember that evening. Her reaction was almost imperceptibly a flicker of confusion in her eyes before she quickly masked it with a tight smile. I am afraid my memory isn't what it used to be. Pyne nodded thoughtfully. Understandable, of course. The past can be such a blur, can't it? Especially when it's a past that doesn't quite belong to us. The teacup clattered against the saucer as Lady Esther's hand trembled violently. I beg your pardon. Pyne's tone remained calm, but his words carried an edge. I've spent many years observing people, Lady Esther, and you have all the marks of someone carrying a burden, a secret too heavy to bear. Your hesitation, your anxiety, and most telling of all, your unfamiliarity with the world you are meant to belong to. Her breathing quickened, and her dark eyes widened, like a cornered animal. I don't know what you are implying, Mr. Pyne. Oh, but I think you do, Pyne said, his voice firm yet devoid of malice. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing. You are not Lady Esther Carr. The room fell deathly silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Lady Esther's lips parted as though to protest, but no sound came. The blood drained from her face, leaving her as pale as the porcelain teacup she clutched. Pyne continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, each word deliberate. You are Muriel King. Her teacup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor, but she didn't flinch. Her hands trembled in her lap, and her eyes, those dark flashing eyes, stared at Pyne in a mixture of fear and disbelief. How dare you? She finally managed, her voice barely audible. Pyne rose from his chair, his expression as unyielding as stone. Dare I? Or have I merely spoken the truth you've been hiding all this time? The tension in the room was suffocating. Lady Esther or Muriel remained frozen, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. The revelation had cracked her carefully constructed facade, but the full truth still lingered, tantalizingly out of reach. Pyne stepped closer, his voice low but steady. Now, Miss King, shall we stop playing this game and discuss what really happened here? The scene ended on a razor's edge, leaving the audience desperate to know what secrets would spill forth next. The real story unfolds. The air in the drawing room seemed to thicken, the oppressive silence pressing down on both of them. Muriel, no longer the composed Lady Esther, sat slumped in her chair, her hands clutching the armrests as though they were the only things keeping her grounded. Parker Pyne stood a few feet away, his gaze steady but not unkind. You think you know everything, don't you, Mr. Pyne? Her voice was trembling, barely above a whisper. But you don't. You don't understand what it's like to live in constant fear, to wake up every day wondering if it will be the one where your past catches up with you." Pyne crossed his arms and leaned slightly forward. "Then why not tell me? Trust me, Muriel. The burden of hiding is far heavier than the relief of speaking the truth." Muriel flinched at the sound of her name, her real name. Tears welled in her dark eyes, threatening to spill over, but she quickly wiped them away with trembling fingers. "You wouldn't understand," she whispered. "No one would." "Try me," Pyne said, his tone gentle yet firm. He moved to the armchair opposite her and sat down, his gaze unwavering. "I have a feeling you've been waiting a long time to tell someone your story. Let me be that someone." Her shoulders sagged as if the weight of her secrets had finally become too much to bear. She took a deep, shaky breath before speaking. "It started with her jealousy," Muriel began, her voice barely audible at first. "Lady Esther, she wasn't always like this. When I first met her, she was kind, gracious. But over time, something changed. She grew suspicious, paranoid. And then there was him." "Herr Schlegel," Pyne said quietly, filling in the blank. Muriel nodded, her eyes distant, lost in the memory. "He was charming, magnetic even. He had this way of making you feel like you were the only person in the room. Esther adored him. But Schlegel, he wasn't interested in her. Not in that way. He was kind to her, yes, but his attention." Her voice faltered. "His attention was on me." Pyne listened intently, his sharp mind piecing the puzzle together. "And Lady Esther didn't take kindly to that, did she?" Muriel's laugh was bitter, almost hollow. "Kindly? She hated it. She would watch us, her eyes, those eyes, burning with something I can only describe as madness. One evening, Schlegel complimented my dress at dinner. Just a simple compliment, nothing more. But that night she cornered me in my room, accusing me of trying to steal him away. I tried to reason with her, but she wouldn't listen. She was consumed by jealousy." Muriel's voice broke, and she covered her face with her hands. Pyne waited patiently, giving her the space to continue. "And then it happened," she said finally, her voice a strangled whisper. "The morning we were set to leave for Shiraz, she came into my room, wild-eyed, accusing me again. I tried to calm her, but she wouldn't listen. She grabbed my arm, shouting, threatening me. I pulled away and she lost her balance." Muriel's hands dropped to her lap, and she stared at the floor, her expression haunted. "She fell," she whispered, "right over the balcony. One moment she was there, and the next." Pyne's voice was calm but insistent. "It was an accident, Muriel. Anyone can see that." Muriel shook her head violently. "It doesn't matter. No one would have believed me. Not with Schlegel's infatuation. Not with her accusations. They would have called it murder, Mr. Pyne. They would have hanged me." "So you assumed her identity," Pyne said, the pieces falling into place. "You became Lady Esther Carr." Muriel's lips quivered as she nodded. It was the only way. The consul here had never met her, and with Schlegel's sudden departure after her death, there was no one left to question it. I thought I could live her life quietly, fade into the background. But it's been torture, Mr. Pyne. Every knock at the door, every shadow in the night, I've lived in constant fear that someone would discover the truth." Pyne studied her, his expression unreadable. Finally he leaned forward, his voice gentle but firm. "Muriel, no one should have to live like that. Carrying this weight, this guilt, it's no way to exist." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. "But what choice do I have, if the truth comes out?" "The truth," Pyne interrupted, "has a way of coming to light, even in the shadows of Shiraz. You can't run from it forever. But I'll help you, Muriel. We'll find a way to make this right." Tears streamed down her face now, and she looked at him as though he were her only lifeline. "You'd do that for me?" Pyne gave her a small, reassuring smile. "You've suffered enough. Let me carry some of the weight." The room fell silent again, the tension palpable. For the first time in years, Muriel felt a flicker of hope. But Pyne knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, that the shadows of Shiraz still held secrets waiting to be uncovered. The final act. The evening air in Shiraz carried a tense stillness as Parker Pyne stood at the edge of the mansion's grand library. The flickering glow of the oil lamps cast long, wavering shadows across the room. Muriel sat nervously on a high-backed chair, her hands tightly gripping the armrests. Schlegel stood near the window, his face grim, his sharp eyes scanning the room. The consul, seated across from Muriel, exuded an air of forced composure, but a bead of sweat trickling down his temple betrayed his unease. Pyne cleared his throat, his voice calm yet commanding. "Thank you all for gathering here tonight. I believe it's time we put all the cards on the table. There are truths in this house that have been buried for far too long, and tonight they will come to light." The consul leaned forward, feigning casual interest. "Truths, Mr. Pyne. Surely you are being melodramatic. Lady Esther's affairs are her own." Pyne's gaze sharpened as he fixed the consul with an unflinching stare. "Oh, I am quite certain you'd like them to remain that way. But you see, I've been doing some digging, and what I've found doesn't paint a very flattering picture of you, Mr. Ambrose." The consul stiffened, his mask of indifference slipping for just a moment. "What exactly are you insinuating?" "I am not insinuating anything," Pyne replied smoothly. "I am stating a fact. You've been using Lady Esther's mansion and her supposed reclusive nature conduct your own extracurricular activities." Muriel's eyes widened in alarm. Schlegel turned from the window, his expression darkening. "Illegal activities?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. Pyne nodded, pacing slowly across the room. "Indeed. Smuggling. To be precise, opium, rare artifacts, and even arms. It's a lucrative business, isn't it, Mr. Ambrose? And you've had the perfect cover: an empty mansion, a mad recluse, and no one daring to ask too many questions." The consul's composure cracked. "This is preposterous," he barked, slamming his fist on the table. "You have no proof." Pyne smiled faintly, unbothered by the outburst. "Oh, but I do. You see, I happened to stumble upon a few interesting documents in your office, Mr. Ambrose. Shipping manifests, coded messages, and letters addressed to some rather unsavory characters." Muriel gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Schlegel's jaw tightened, his fists clenched at his sides. The consul's face turned an alarming shade of red. "This is absurd," Ambrose said, his voice shaking. "Even if what you are saying is true, what does it have to do with Lady Esther or Muriel?" Pyne stopped pacing, turning to face him fully. "It has everything to do with Muriel. You see, once I uncovered your little operation, it became clear why you were so invested in keeping up the charade of Lady Esther's reclusiveness. The moment Muriel's true identity was revealed, your smuggling operation would be exposed. After all, who would believe a young woman living under a false identity had no idea what was happening under her own roof?" The room fell into a heavy silence. Muriel looked stricken, her eyes darting between Pyne and the consul. Schlegel's expression darkened further, his protective instincts toward Muriel coming to the forefront. Pyne continued, his voice steady. "But what truly concerns me is the lengths you've gone to keep your secrets, Mr. Ambrose. The attempts to sabotage Schlegel's arrival, the shadows lurking around this house, the whisper of footsteps in the night." He paused, his piercing gaze locking onto the consul. "Tell me, just how far were you willing to go to ensure the truth stayed hidden?" Ambrose opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, a loud creak echoed through the room. Everyone froze. The sound had come from behind Muriel, where the shadows loomed darkest. Schlegel moved instinctively, stepping toward Muriel. Pyne raised a hand, signaling him to stay still. "Who's there?" Pyne demanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. For a moment there was nothing but silence. Then a shadow shifted, a dark figure emerging from behind the heavy velvet curtains. Muriel let out a stifled scream as Schlegel moved closer, positioning himself between her and the figure. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a wiry man with a scar running down his cheek. He held a knife, its blade glinting ominously in the lamplight. "So clever, aren't you, Mr. Pyne?" The man sneered. "Too clever for your own good." Pyne's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. "Ah, one of Mr. Ambrose's loyal associates, I presume. Let me guess you were sent here to clean up the mess." The man's grin widened. "Something like that. But don't worry, I'll make it quick. For all of you." The tension in the room reached a breaking point as Schlegel lunged forward, grabbing a heavy candlestick from the mantel. The man turned, his knife flashing, but Schlegel was faster. A struggle ensued, and Pyne shouted for everyone to get back. The scene ended in chaos, leaving the audience on edge. Who sent the intruder? Will Muriel survive the final confrontation? And will Pyne succeed in unraveling the web of lies before it's too late? The climax. The grand library of the mansion was filled with an almost unbearable tension. The consul, Mr. Ambrose, sat in a high-backed chair, his once proud posture now slouched as the weight of his secrets bore down on him. Schlegel stood protectively beside Muriel, whose pale face was streaked with tears. Pyne, calm yet commanding, stood before them all, holding a small leather-bound diary in his hand. "You've spun quite the web, Mr. Ambrose," Pyne began, his voice steady but laced with quiet fury. "But all webs eventually collapse under their own weight, and I've just found the thread that unravels it all." The consul scoffed, though his voice trembled. "You are bluffing, Pyne. That diary means nothing." "Oh, it means everything," Pyne countered, flipping through the worn pages. "This diary belonged to Lady Esther Carr herself. It's filled with her thoughts, her fears, and most importantly, her account of your blackmail." Muriel gasped softly, her hands clutching the edge of her chair. "Blackmail?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Pyne nodded solemnly, turning to her. "Yes, Muriel, Mr. Ambrose here discovered that Lady Esther had inherited her family's fortune under rather questionable circumstances. He used this knowledge to extort her, knowing she'd do anything to keep it a secret. And when you assumed her identity after her tragic death, he saw an opportunity, a terrified young woman with everything to lose." "Lies," Ambrose spat, standing abruptly. "You have no proof of any of this." Pyne raised a brow, holding the diary aloft. "This diary is proof enough. Lady Esther wrote of her dread, her regret, and her suspicion that you might one day push her too far. She even details how you threatened to expose her family's deepest secrets unless she complied with your demands." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "But you made one fatal mistake, Mr. Ambrose. You underestimated her resolve and you underestimated me." Ambrose's face twisted with rage and fear. "You can't prove I had anything to do with her death." "No," Pyne admitted, his tone deceptively light. "But I can prove you've been manipulating Muriel since the moment she stepped into Lady Esther's shoes, and I imagine the authorities will find that very interesting." The room fell silent. Schlegel, his fists clenched, took a step forward. "You ruined her life," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You let her live in fear for something she didn't even do." Muriel, tears streaming down her face, looked up at Schlegel. "I didn't know. I didn't know how to escape. I thought if I played the part, no one would question it, but it only made things worse." Schlegel turned to her, his expression softening. "Muriel," he said gently, "you've done nothing wrong. You've been caught in a nightmare. But it's time to wake up. You don't have to live in fear anymore." Muriel's lips trembled as she whispered, "But what if no one believes me? What if the truth doesn't matter?" Pyne stepped closer, his gaze steady and reassuring. "The truth always matters, Muriel. It may take time, and it may face resistance, but in the end it has a way of finding its place. You have more strength than you realize, and now you have people who believe in you." Schlegel reached for her hand, his voice firm yet tender. And I'll stand by you no matter what. I should have said this sooner, but I love you, Muriel. I always have, and I won't let you face this alone." Muriel stared at him, her eyes wide with shock and gratitude. Slowly, a faint smile broke through her tears. "Thank you," she whispered. Pyne cleared his throat, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "A touching moment indeed, but we still have some unfinished business." He turned back to Ambrose, whose defiance had crumbled into desperation. "You won't get away with this, Pyne," Ambrose hissed. "You think you are so clever, but you are just a meddling fool." "Perhaps," Pyne said with a shrug, "but a meddling fool who happens to have uncovered the truth, and in this case, the truth is far more powerful than any threat you can make." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed down the hall. Pyne smiled faintly. "Ah, that would be the local authorities. I took the liberty of informing them about our little gathering." Ambrose's face turned ashen as two officers entered the room, their stern expressions leaving no room for argument. "Mr. Ambrose," one of them said, "you are under arrest for extortion, conspiracy, and a long list of other charges we'll be happy to discuss at the station." As the officers led Ambrose away, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Schlegel turned to Muriel, his hand still clasping hers. "It's over," he said softly. "You are free now." Later that evening, Pyne found himself standing at the tomb of Hafez, the poet's words etched into the stone before him. The desert breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of quiet resolution. Fragile things. In the heart of the desert, a murder has been committed, but it's not just the victim that holds a secret. The killer is among us, hiding in plain sight. Can Parker Pyne uncover the truth before the desert's deadly silence claims another victim? The night in the desert was as still as death itself, a silence broken only by the crackling of the fire. The air was dry, thick with the scent of the desert, the endless dunes stretching into the unknown. Above, the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds, and the towering cliffs around them seemed to stand as ancient sentinels, watching over the group of travelers who had gathered around the fire. Their faces flickered in the dim light, each one marked by a shadow of something unsaid, something hidden. Parker Pyne sat apart from the others, his sharp eyes taking in the slightest movement, his mind working faster than anyone could guess. He wasn't part of the conversation, but he was always listening. The topic at hand was the Nabateans, ancient traders who had once ruled these lands. The conversation seemed innocent enough at first, filled with facts and theories, but Pyne knew better. There was a tension in the air, something beneath the surface that had nothing to do with the history they were discussing. Carol Blundell, her beauty untouched by the desert's harshness, fidgeted with her pearl earrings. They were exquisite, the kind of jewels that told the world of her father's immense wealth, the kind that had the power to buy silence, loyalty, anything. But as she turned her head slightly to catch the light of the flames, something caught her attention. One of the pearls was loose. She instinctively touched it, feeling an unease coil inside her. It wasn't just the pearl that made her uneasy. It was the conversation. The words being spoken, the subtle hints about wealth and power, seemed to slip past the others like secrets. The firelight cast shadows on her face, and for a moment she seemed lost in thought. Her grip tightening on the earring as if trying to hold on to something, perhaps to the fleeting illusion of safety her wealth provided. Around her, the group continued to talk, unaware of the growing tension. The conversation had shifted to the nature of wealth itself. How much could you trust a man who had it? How easily could someone with nothing take what they wanted from someone who had everything? It was in those moments that Pyne noticed it, the way the others interacted too carefully, too calculated. They were playing a game, but no one knew the rules. And then, without warning, the earring was gone. The next morning, when the group made their way to the plateau above Petra, the mood had already shifted. The ancient city spread out before them, a sprawling ruin that once had been a thriving metropolis of wealth and trade. But here, in the stillness of the desert morning, something far more valuable had disappeared. Carol was frantic. Her voice shook as she insisted the earring had been securely fastened when they arrived. But there it was nowhere to be found. Not in her tent, not by the rocks, not even near the ruins they'd been exploring. The group began to scatter, each searching in their own way. But Pyne could see the tension had shifted from curiosity to suspicion. Everyone had a reason to look guilty now. Carol's lover, Jim Hurst, a man with a past that could never fully be erased, seemed unnervingly calm. Dr. Carver, the quiet archaeologist, was unnaturally quiet. And Colonel Dubosc, always the man in control, seemed to be avoiding eye contact. The group's frantic search soon turned into open accusations. Colonel Dubosc demanded to be searched, but the request, though ostensibly an attempt at transparency, only seemed to deepen the suspicion. And then Mr. Blundell, Carol's wealthy father, gave a look that sent a chill down everyone's spine, a look that spoke volumes, but no one dared ask him what it meant. The stakes were rising, but Pyne knew this wasn't just about a lost earring. It was about power. It was about secrets. It was about the fragile threads holding these people together and how quickly they could unravel. Someone here knows more than they're saying, Pyne murmured to himself, but his eyes never left the group. The earring was just the beginning. Then came the final piece to the puzzle. Carol, desperate to clear Jim's name, pulled Pyne aside. Her voice was low, almost trembling as she confessed her darkest fears. Her father's wealth, she revealed, was no longer what it seemed. The Blundells had always been rich, but there were whispers about debts, about loss, about a legacy built on sand. The earring, the symbol of her family's wealth, might just be a part of something far more dangerous. A symbol of everything that was slipping away, and Carol was afraid that the group's suspicion wasn't just about theft. And with that, the firelight flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the desert. The tension was unbearable now. Everyone had something to hide, and nothing, not the pearl, not the stolen jewelry, nor the trust they'd placed in each other, was safe. Cliffhanger ending. As the group regathered, their faces painted with suspicion and distrust, Pyne's sharp eyes flicked over them all. He hadn't said much yet, but he was watching closely. Something was about to break, and it wasn't just about the pearl anymore. It was about who was playing everyone, who was hiding their truth behind their wealth, their words, and their lies. And as the desert winds began to howl, a single thought hung in the air, thick as the heat of the day. Who among them would be the first to crack? The sound of a distant cry echoed in the desert night. The plateau was breathtaking. Petra, once the jewel of the Nabateans, stretched out in all its ancient splendor below the group. The carved facades of temples and tombs stood as silent witnesses to the centuries that had passed, their stoic silence now broken only by the whispers of the travelers and the rustling wind. Yet, despite the beauty of the surroundings, there was an unease in the air, thick, almost suffocating. It wasn't the dusty earth beneath their feet or the long shadows cast by the setting sun. It was something far more unsettling: the disappearance of the pearl. Carol, her eyes darting nervously from person to person, couldn't hide the tension in her voice. It was here. She insisted again, her fingers fumbling over her ear where the pearl earring should have been. I saw it when we first arrived. I remember checking it. It was secure. Her words faltered as she searched the ground around her, her gaze wild, as if the earring might materialize out of thin air. But the earth was stubbornly empty, as though it had swallowed the pearl whole. Dr. Carver, who had been quietly observing from the side, cleared his throat. "It's gone," he said in a low, measured voice, though there was an edge of tension beneath his calm demeanor. He stepped forward, his boots crunching on the gravel, and bent down to examine the ground more closely, though everyone could see his face tighten in uncertainty. No sign of it anywhere. A sinking feeling spread through the group. How could something so valuable just vanish like this? The earring, a symbol of wealth and status, was more than just a trinket to Carol. It was her link to her father's legacy, her place in a world she had carefully built around herself, and now it was gone. Carol shook her head in disbelief, her chest tightening as she bent down to search beside him. It couldn't have just disappeared, she muttered, her voice trembling with a mix of frustration and fear. I had it. I know I had it when we got here. The group gathered around, their faces clouded with suspicion. Each of them had their own thoughts swirling, their own reasons to feel uneasy. Parker Pyne, the quiet observer, watched as they exchanged nervous glances, his mind piecing together the subtle shifts in their body language. The trust among them had already begun to fray at the edges. Now, the missing pearl was a catalyst. It had turned their once casual exploration into something much darker. I'll search the area, Colonel Dubosc said brusquely, his voice a little too firm, as if trying to regain control of a situation that was slipping away from him. He scanned the rocky plateau, his military-trained eyes seeking every nook and cranny. But there was something in his posture too rigid, too calculated that set Pyne's senses on edge. Was he hiding something? Or was he simply trying too hard to appear innocent? The group split up, each taking their own section of the plateau to search. The sun was beginning to dip lower, casting long, sinister shadows over the ruins. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow passages, and the atmosphere grew heavier. The silence between them was filled with unspoken thoughts, each person wondering if the others were keeping something from them. Carol, frantic now, moved in circles, her feet kicking up dust as she combed through the rocks. Every now and then she would stop, drop to her knees, and sift through the dirt with her hands, as though she could somehow force the pearl to reappear. But the more she searched, the more she seemed to realize this wasn't a simple mistake. The pearl was gone, and no one knew why or how. Jim Hurst, Carol's lover, stood off to the side, his face an unreadable mask. His pasta life of crime and deception cast a shadow over his every move. He looked over the ruins with a detached air, his eyes flickering from one person to another as if weighing the possibility that someone was playing a much larger game. Could he be the thief? Or was he, too, the victim of someone else's scheme? Pyne studied him carefully. There was something off about the way Jim avoided direct eye contact, a subtle shift in his posture whenever someone mentioned the word theft. "Do you think someone took it?" Carol asked him, her voice almost pleading. She was desperate, caught between the fear of losing her prized possession and the darker thought that someone in the group might be betraying her. "I don't know," Jim said quietly, his voice low, as if the mere mention of the earring was enough to unsettle him. "But I'll help you search. No one's leaving until we find it." But even as they searched, Pyne could see there was something more going on here. A missing pearl wasn't the only thing that had vanished. Trust, that fragile thing they had all once held, had started to slip away piece by piece. The group that had started out as curious travelers now stood divided, each person suspicious of the others. And no one knew who to trust anymore. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting a dark veil over Petra. The last rays of light seemed to drain away with the last shred of hope they had of finding the pearl. The group stood, weary and frustrated, each person holding their own doubts and secrets. Parker Pyne stood apart, watching the others, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips as he pieced the puzzle together. This was no ordinary theft. This was the beginning of something far more dangerous, something that would reveal the darkest truths of all. But what were they hiding? And who would be the first to crack under the pressure? As the night settled in and the wind howled around them, Pyne could feel a shift in the air, an electric charge that foretold something far worse than a missing pearl. And just before the last of the daylight faded completely, a soft sound pierced the air, faint but unmistakable. A single footstep, a shadow moved among the ruins. Cliffhanger ending. The sound of the footstep came from the direction where no one had been searching too far for anyone to have wandered by mistake. Pyne's eyes flicked to the others, but no one seemed to have heard it, or perhaps they were pretending they hadn't. The question now hung in the air like an unsolved riddle. Who was it? Who was hiding, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? And with that final, eerie silence, the search was about to take a darker turn. Rising tension. The atmosphere in the plateau had thickened, heavy with suspicion. The sun had long set, and the cool desert air seemed to amplify the sense of unease that hung over the group. Colonel Dubosc's voice broke the silence, sharp and commanding. "I demand to be searched," he said, standing tall, his jaw clenched. His eyes darted around, and for a moment, his calm composure cracked, revealing the hint of panic he had been trying to conceal. "To prove my innocence," he added, though the weight of his words felt almost like a challenge to the others. His demeanor suggested something deeper, a desperation to clear his name that came across as far too urgent. The group stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Colonel Dubosc was a man of honor, with a reputation built on discipline and integrity. Yet, here he was, throwing his own credibility into question, demanding to be searched with nothing more than an accusation hanging in the air. It was a move no one had expected, and it did little to settle the growing tension. Mr. Blundell, usually composed but visibly shaken, nodded in agreement. "I think we should," he said with a nod, his voice low and measured. But the strange thing, Washi didn't explain why. He didn't offer any reason, didn't show any sign of suspicion. He simply agreed, and that left the others wondering, why was he so quick to comply? It was as if something more was at play, a hidden motive, or a carefully crafted diversion. The silence that followed his words stretched on, oppressive and suffocating. Every eye in the group turned to Mr. Blundell, each person wondering what he knew or feared that he wasn't saying. The search was swift and thorough, but nothing unusual turned up. Colonel Dubosc stood there, his posture rigid, eyes scanning the others, waiting for someone to make a move. Everyone was beginning to question themselves, their motives, their alibis. The trust that had once bound them together was quickly unraveling, and suspicion was now a silent, palpable force in the air. Then, as the last of the group returned from their searches, all eyes fell upon Jim Hurst. His face, usually so unreadable, betrayed a flicker of tension, something dark hiding just beneath the surface. Carol's lover and a reformed thief, Jim had always been a man with a murky past, and his presence in the group only served to amplify the distrust. "Jim," Colonel Dubosc's voice cut through the thick silence like a knife. "We need to talk. Your past is no secret." A cold, uncomfortable hush fell over the group as all eyes turned to Jim. He stood there, frozen, his face a mask of uncertainty. His fingers fidgeted nervously with his jacket, as if the weight of his past crimes was too heavy for him to bear in front of everyone. "What are you implying?" Carol's voice trembled, but her tone was sharp as she stepped in between them. She could feel the eyes of the group on her, but she refused to let the suspicion turn on Jim. "Jim has changed. He's not the man he used to be." But the look in Colonel Dubosc's eyes was cold and unforgiving. "Has he?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. "Or is he simply playing the part?" The accusation was clear, and it landed like a blow. Everyone stood silent, weighing the possibility that someone in their midst could be guilty, someone they had trusted, perhaps even unknowingly. Carol, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on her, turned to Pyne. She knew he was their best hope. "Parker, please," she begged, her voice barely a whisper. "I need your help. Jim, he didn't do this." Mystery unfolds. Parker Pyne, who had been watching the entire exchange with his usual quiet intensity, finally spoke. His voice was calm, his words measured. "I will help you, Carol," he said, his gaze never leaving Jim's tense figure. "But we must tread carefully. The truth has a way of hiding in the most unexpected places." The tension that had built up between the group now coalesced around Pyne, who stood as the only one untouched by the suspicion that had begun to consume everyone else. His experience as an observer, someone who saw beneath the surface, was precisely what was needed to unravel this tangled web. As Carol and Pyne walked away from the group, Carol's voice trembled with both fear and determination. "My father's wealth," she murmured, more to herself than to Pyne. "It's always been a point of conversation. I've heard people talk. The rumors, the secrets." Her words trailed off, her face pale in the dim light. Pyne raised an eyebrow, his mind already spinning with the implications of her words. "What rumors?" he asked, his tone sharp but not unkind. Carol's eyes shifted, her gaze flickering to the group, then back to Pyne. "Here is something about my father's business dealings. I've never been sure what to believe, but I have a feeling he might be involved in this. I don't know why, but I feel it." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "What if he's been hiding something? What if this is all connected?" Pyne considered this. The wealth of Carol's father had been a topic of much discussion among the group, and the strange unease about the pearl, the focus on material wealth, and the underlying tension all pointed to one thing. The truth was much darker than anyone could have imagined. "If you suspect your father is involved," Pyne said, his voice steady, "then we must be very careful. This is no longer just about a missing pearl. This is about something far more dangerous." Cliffhanger ending. Carol nodded, the weight of her suspicions pressing down on her. But as they walked back toward the group, she caught sight of something that made her blood run cold. From the corner of her eye, she saw Colonel Dubosc standing apart, his back turned to the others, but his hands were clenched tightly at his sides. In one hand, a small object gleamed under the moonlight, something that looked suspiciously like the missing pearl. Cliffhanger. Carol's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the colonel, her heart pounding in her chest. Had he found the pearl, or was he hiding something even more sinister? The group was already on edge, but now, the question lingered in the air: is the colonel the thief? Or is there something darker at play? The truth, it seemed, was slipping further away with every passing moment. The first twist. Inside Pyne's tent, the flickering light of a single lantern cast long shadows on the canvas walls. The air inside was thick with the smell of dust, maps, and the faint scent of ink from scattered notes that lined the small wooden table in the center. Pyne sat with his back to the entrance, his posture rigid and composed, as he studied the man across from him, Dr. Carver, his face pale, eyes twitching nervously. Outside, the sounds of the desert wind sweeping across the plateau seemed to fade away, leaving only the heavy silence between them. The tent felt colder now, a sense of unease settling in the small space like a physical presence. Pyne had known something was amiss. It wasn't just the pearl or the peculiar behavior of the group. It was the subtle tremors in Carver's voice whenever the subject of wealth came up. The uneasy glances exchanged between him and the others, and now here they were, face to face in this quiet tent, where the truth was almost within reach. Pyne leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied Carver, who was now pacing back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back. The doctor's normally confident demeanor had dissolved, replaced by a man on the verge of cracking under pressure. "Discovery. Dr. Carver," Pyne began, his voice calm, but carrying the weight of unspoken understanding. "I think it's time we spoke honestly." Carver's steps faltered. He paused, wiping his sweating palms on his trousers, then slowly turned to face Pyne. His eyes were filled with guilt and fearful emotions that Pyne knew all too well. Just tell me the truth," Pyne continued, his tone unyielding but not unkind. "You took the pearl, didn't you?" For a moment, Carver said nothing. His throat worked as if he were trying to swallow the words that caught in his chest. But then, he slumped, as if the weight of his actions had finally become too much to bear. "I did," he whispered, the words coming out in a broken exhale. I took it. But it wasn't supposed to go this far. Pyne sat still, his mind processing Carver's confession. You planned to sell it, I assume, he asked, though it was more a statement than a question. Carver nodded, his eyes not meeting Pyne's. Yes, I was going to sell it, but not for just any reason. He stopped, his breath hitching. I needed the money. I've been struggling, funding an archaeological expedition for years, and I thought if I could sell that pearl, I could finally make it happen. The funds would have set me up. I'd have been free. Pyne's sharp gaze never wavered. And you used the discussion about wealth and deceit to your advantage. The pearl was the perfect tool, wasn't it? A symbol of everything we've all been talking about. Deception, power, and illusion. Carver shifted uncomfortably, clearly unable to meet Pyne's gaze. Yes, it was too tempting. The pearl seemed like the perfect opportunity. I knew the group would be too distracted by the talk of wealth, too busy pointing fingers at each other. No one would suspect me. His voice faltered, cracking as the weight of his admission settled over him. I thought I could get away with it, but when I lost it, when it disappeared, I couldn't even explain it to myself. Shocking realization. Pyne's gaze hardened, his voice cutting through the air with chilling precision. The pearl isn't worth a thing, is it? Carver froze, his face draining of color. What are you talking about? He stammered, suddenly defensive. Pyne's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. You didn't know, did you? Mr. Blundell's fortune is a house of cards, Doctor. The pearl. It's nothing but a worthless trinket. Mr. Blundell's wealth has been steadily eroding. That pearlet holds no value. It was never meant to. Carver's face twisted in disbelief. But I thought. No, Pyne interrupted, his voice firm. You were deceived, and you've deceived yourself. You didn't take the pearl for the money. It was about something else, wasn't it? It was about the illusion. The power that wealth gives people, the way it controls them. That's what you were after, Doctor. Not the pearl itself, but what it could make people believe about you. Carver recoiled as if Pyne had struck him, his shoulders hunched in a mixture of shame and frustration. Didn't think it would end like this. I never thought. Twist. Pyne stood up slowly, his eyes scanning the documents on the table, his mind racing with the implications of what Carver had just revealed. The doctor hadn't stolen the pearl out of greed. Not truly. He'd stolen it to create a narrative, to craft an image of himself as someone who had control over wealth, someone with power. But in the process, he had become a pawn in a much larger game, one he didn't fully understand. And then, the most chilling realization struck Pyne. Something far more dangerous was at play. Carver wasn't the only one with an agenda. Cliffhanger ending. Just as Pyne was about to continue his line of questioning, the flap of the tent rustled. There was a soft thud on the ground, then the faintest shuffle of footsteps outside. Pyne's hand instinctively reached for the small revolver hidden beneath his jacket, his senses on high alert. He turned to Carver, his expression now one of cold calculation. The group isn't the only one with secrets, Doctor, Pyne muttered, his voice a low warning. Carver looked at him, confusion clouding his features. What do you mean? Before Pyne could respond, the lantern flickered and died, plunging the tent into darkness. Outside, the desert wind howled. The silence was broken by a sudden crash, a sharp noise from outside the tent, followed by a muffled voice calling out a voice that sounded eerily familiar. And in that moment, Pyne realized that the true game was only just beginning. Cliffhanger. The voice outside the tent was Mr. Blundell. But why was he here? And what had happened to him? As the darkness pressed in, Pyne and Carver stood frozen, caught between the secrets they had uncovered, and the one still lurking in the shadows. The stillness in the tent deepened as Pyne's voice cut through the tension like a razor, His words were slow, deliberate, but carried a weight that seemed to freeze the air between them. "You didn't know, did you, Doctor?" Pyne said, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer to Carver. The doctor, still trembling with guilt, met his gaze, though the spark of defiance in his eyes had already begun to waver. "The pearl, it's worthless." Carver's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean?" Pyne's expression remained unreadable as he let the words hang in the air. He didn't need to elaborate. Carver had spent years chasing a false narrative, believing that the pearl was a key to unlocking some form of power. But now, Pyne's revelation shattered the carefully built illusion. Mr. Blundell's fortune, the wealth Carver had hoped to manipulate, had been on the decline for months. The once flourishing empire was now barely hanging on, crippled by the economic slump that had swept through the region. The pearl, which Carver had so desperately sought, was nothing more than a trinket. A relic of a bygone era, with no inherent value. It was as though a cloud had been lifted from Carver's mind, the weight of his actions driven by a scheme based entirely on greed, and illusion came crashing down on him with crushing force. He stumbled back, shaking his head, as if trying to deny the truth that now lay before him. "No, that can't be," Carver whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. I thought it was worth everything, that it could be my ticket." Pyne stood tall, his demeanor calm and collected, but his gaze cutting through the doctor's despair like a blade. "It was never about the money, Doctor. Not truly. You weren't after wealth. You were after something far more dangerous. Perception, control, power." Carver's face twisted, the stark realization hitting him with full force. He wasn't just a man driven by a desire for financial security, no. Carver had sought to manipulate the perception of wealth and influence. He had wanted to control how others saw him, to elevate himself in the eyes of the group by making them believe he was in possession of something valuable. The pearl wasn't about money. It was about power. Carver's pulse raced as his mind reeled. "But I never meant for it to end like this. I only wanted to feel like I mattered. To be someone important." His words faltered as he looked down at the ground, the weight of his actions heavy on his shoulders. "I didn't think anyone would notice. Not really." Pyne's voice dropped to a chilling low, almost a whisper, as he regarded the doctor. "That's the problem, isn't it, Doctor? You never thought anyone would notice. You thought you could manipulate perceptions, make everyone believe you were someone you weren't. But you were always just a man with an illusion of power." Twist. A tense silence followed, one that seemed to stretch on forever, the air thick with a sense of finality. But just as the weight of Carver's failure began to sink in, something shifted in the atmosphere. A realization, more unsettling than anything before, crawled its way into the back of Pyne's mind. Something wasn't right. The pieces didn't quite fit. The situation was far more complex than it appeared. Carver wasn't the only one with a motive. Pyne's eyes darted across the tent, his sharp mind racing to piece together the details. The pearl, the theft, the strange behavior of the group, it all pointed to something larger. And as the realization struck him, Pyne's expression hardened. Carver hadn't been the only one attempting to manipulate perceptions. Someone else in the group was playing a much deeper game, and the stakes were far higher than anyone had imagined. Cliffhanger ending. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed from the entrance of the tent, followed by a voice, calm but heavy with intent. "Mr. Pyne." It was Jim Hurst's voice, but there was something different about it. A coldness that hadn't been there before. Pyne's eyes snapped to the flap of the tent, his instinct screaming that something was wrong. He motioned to Carver to stay quiet, then slowly approached the entrance. "Just a moment," Pyne called out, his voice firm but measured. But before he could react, the flap was pulled aside with swift precision, revealing Jim standing in the doorway. His face was pale, his eyes wide, but there was something unsettling about his stance, something guarded. Pyne's heart skipped a beat. This was not the man he had known. "I need to talk to you," Jim said, his voice low and urgent. "It's about the pearl, and it's about Blundell." Before Pyne could respond, Jim stepped inside the tent, his gaze flicking to Carver, then back to Pyne. "We're all in danger," Jim added, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very words could betray them. The sudden weight of Jim's statement hung in the air like a threat. Pyne's mind spun, the puzzle pieces tumbling faster than he could catch them. The real game was still in motion. The pearl, the theft, the illusions, they were all part of something much more dangerous than they had ever anticipated. The question now, who was pulling the strings? As the tent flap fluttered behind Jim, a chill swept through the room, and Pyne realized one terrifying truth: nothing was as it seemed. And the only thing certain in this tangled web of deceit was that things were about to get far worse. Cliffhanger. Pyne's gaze locked on Jim, his pulse quickening. The lines between friend and foe were blurring, and the stakes had just escalated beyond anything he could have imagined. Jim had just walked into the tent, but he wasn't the man Pyne thought he knew. And with one final, chilling sentence, the game was about to take an irreversible turn. The final act. Confrontation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over the desert as the group gathered in a circle around the fire. The evening's air was cool, but the tension between them was suffocating. The events that had unfolded over the past few days had cracked the illusion they had all been living under. Now, the time had come to face the truth. Parker Pyne stood before them, his presence commanding the attention of everyone in the circle. His sharp eyes swept over each person: Carol, her father, Jim, Dr. Carver, Colonel Dubosc, and the restand. For a moment, there was a palpable silence, the weight of his words still hanging in the air. The group waited, breathless, as Pyne began speaking in a calm but unwavering tone. "The truth is simple," he said, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Carver's scheme to steal the pearl was never about the pearl. It was about power, about manipulation. He sought to use the pearl to create an illusion, to make all of you believe he was something he was not. But the pearl, Pyne held it up for all to see, is a trinket, worthless in itself. What matters is the game he was playing. Carver's eyes darted nervously, his face pale, and yet he could not escape the truth that Pyne had so carefully unraveled. His attempts to manipulate the group, to appear as if he were someone of value, crumbled before them. The pearl had only ever been a symbol of the facades each of them maintained. The uncomfortable truth was that, just like Carver, they all wore masks, each hiding their true selves behind layers of lies and deception. The loss of the pearl, once thought to be so valuable, had revealed that the greatest theft in this entire scenario wasn't the pearl, it was the loss of trust, the manipulation of each other, and the cruelty of pretending to be something they weren't. Emotional tension. As the dust settled from Pyne's revelations, Carol Blundell rose to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. The firelight flickered across her face, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for her. She turned to her father, her gaze cold and sharp. "Father," Carol's voice trembled but held an edge of determination. "I can't live like this anymore. You've controlled every part of my life, from who I marry to what I believe is right. You've used your wealth to buy everyone's loyalty, to manipulate their opinions of you. But I see you now. I see through it all." Her father, Mr. Blundell, looked up at her, his face unreadable, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He had always believed his wealth could solve everything, could shape Carol's future. But now, for the first time, his daughter was questioning everything he had built. "You don't understand," he said, his voice calm but laced with a coldness that hinted at his control over her. "I've done all this for you, for your future. You'll thank me one day." Carol's hands clenched into fists. "No, Father, I can't thank you for destroying my happiness, for forcing me into a life I never asked for." She turned to Jim, her eyes softening. "I've been living in your shadow, your expectations, but now I choose to live for myself. I choose Jim." The words stung like a slap to her father's face, and for a moment he looked as though he might break. But instead, a cold smile crept across his face. "You think you can escape all this, Carol. You think Jim is the answer. The only thing you are doing is walking away from the truth, walking into a future as uncertain as the desert you stand on." Her heart ached, torn between the man she loved and the father who had held her captive for so long. But the decision was clear. She turned back to Jim, her eyes filled with love and defiance, as if to say, "I am not afraid anymore." The true culprit. As the tension between father and daughter continued to rise, Pyne's mind worked furiously. Something was still wrong. Something didn't add up. Despite Carver's confession, despite the pearl's inconsequential value, there was a deeper mystery lurking just beneath the surface, one that had nothing to do with money, nothing to do with theft. As the group sat in stunned silence, Pyne's eyes flicked to the others: Colonel Dubosc, the enigmatic Jim, the anxious Dr. Carver. Every one of them had their own motivations, their own reasons for being there. But it wasn't the pearl that had driven them to deception. It was the very foundation on which their lives had been built: trust, loyalty, and the manipulation of truth itself. Pyne's voice broke the stillness. "The real theft here isn't the pearl. It's the way we've all manipulated each other, the way we've all tried to use each other for our own gain. Carver wasn't the only one playing a game." His gaze swept over the group, each person caught in their own web of lies. "None of you are innocent. Not Carol, not her father, not Jim. Each of you had a hand in this charade, and now the question is, who truly benefits from this deception?" The fire crackled in the silence that followed, the flickering flames casting long, ominous shadows across the faces of the group. They were all caught in a web of their own making, and the threads were about to unravel in ways none of them could have anticipated. Cliffhanger ending. And just as the air seemed to freeze, as if the weight of Pyne's words had settled in their hearts like a heavy stone, the ground beneath them trembled. A faint rumbling vibrated through the earth, and the distant sound of something moving, something large, reached their ears. Everyone turned instinctively, their faces full of fear and confusion. The sky above them darkened as a storm rolled in unexpectedly, the winds howling and carrying an eerie sound with them. From the darkness, a shadow appeared, tall and menacing. The group watched in disbelief as a figure stepped into the firelight, their silhouette obscured by the dust and wind. "Mr. Pyne," the figure spoke, their voice deep and foreboding. "I believe there are a few more things you've yet to discover." The figure stepped forward, revealing a face they all knew, a face that would change everything. It was someone they least expected, someone who had been hiding in plain sight all along. Cliffhanger. The figure's identity would shake the group to their core, and Pyne knew that everything was about to spiral into chaos. The final revelation was imminent, but would they survive the storm of lies, betrayal, and revenge that awaited them? The climax. The sun had long since set, and the shadows of Petra's ancient ruins loomed large over the group, casting them in an eerie, otherworldly glow. The wind had picked up, sending dust swirling through the air, as though the very earth itself was unsettled by the unfolding drama. Each crack and crevice of the ruins seemed to whisper the secrets of centuries past, secrets that, like the group itself, had been buried, hidden from sight. In the midst of this grand, historical backdrop, the personal turmoil between the group was nearing its peak. The tension was palpable, the silence almost deafening. The night stretched on, the only sounds coming from the distant echoes of the desert and the occasional rustle of wind against the stone. The showdown. Parker Pyne stood motionless before them, his eyes scanning the group, each individual now a pawn in the complex game of illusion, trust, and deception they had all played. The once tranquil desert air felt charged, thick with anticipation. Pyne stepped forward, his voice calm but unwavering as he addressed them all. "You see, the pearl is not the crux of this story," he said, holding the small trinket up for all to see. "It was never about wealth, nor was it about stealing. It was about something far more dangerous, the desire to appear valuable, to create a false narrative, a story of power and control. A story that each of you chose to live." The group stood frozen, their eyes locked on him as his words sank in. The realization hit them all at once. The pearl that they had fought for held no real value. It had always been nothing more than an object, a symbol. Yet it had come to represent so much more: greed, deception, and the desperate need to control. Suddenly, Carol took a step forward, and with a trembling hand, Pyne placed the pearl back into her palm. Her fingers closed around it, but the weight of it felt different now. The pearl, once a symbol of her father's wealth and status, was now nothing more than an empty, hollow shell. The illusion of power shattered in her hand. But there was no anger in her eyes, no bitterness. Instead, there was a quiet understanding. She had been a pawn in a game much larger than she had ever realized, and now she was free. Resolution. The group waited for her reaction, and in that moment Carol looked at each of them, her eyes betraying a mixture of sadness and newfound clarity. The years of her life, carefully crafted by her father's wealth and expectations, now seemed distant and irrelevant. She had spent so long under the illusion of security that she had failed to see the truth. Wealth, status, and power had never been the answer. Without a word, she turned to Jim. He stood off to the side, his eyes filled with quiet hope. He had always been the one who saw her for who she truly was, beyond the pearls, beyond the riches. The decision had already been made, and in that moment Carol knew what she had to do. "I choose Jim," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but strong in its conviction. The words were a final, irreversible break from the past. Her father's control, his grip on her life, was now a distant memory. Mr. Blundell, the once mighty patriarch, stood in silence. His face, hard and stoic, betrayed nothing. But behind his eyes there was a flicker of frustration, of loss, and perhaps even regret. He had spent his life building a kingdom of wealth, but it was all for nothing. His daughter had chosen a different path, and there was nothing he could do to stop her. As Carol and Jim turned to leave, Pyne looked at the group one final time. His gaze lingered on each of them: the colonel, whose bravado had faltered in the face of truth; Dr. Carver, whose greed had led him down a path of self-destruction; and the others, who were still trapped in the web of their own making. And then, as quietly as he had come, Pyne began to walk away, his silhouette disappearing into the night. The group stood there, each of them alone with their thoughts, the weight of their actions pressing down upon them. The desert wind howled in the distance, a mournful sound that seemed to echo the emptiness they all now felt. Cliffhanger ending. But just as Pyne's figure disappeared into the ruins, a new sound emerged from the depths of the desert, a faint but unmistakable hum. It grew louder, more distinct. The ground beneath them trembled again, and the faintest glint of light flickered on the horizon. Pyne, still in motion, turned his head, his sharp eyes catching the strange movement in the distance. His instincts kicked in, and he knew something wasn't right. A figure emerged from the shadows of the desert, a figure they had all thought was long gone, someone who had been a part of their lives from the very beginning. Someone whose motives had remained hidden, their true intentions buried beneath layers of deceit. The question now lingered in the air like a heavy fog: who else had been playing the game all along? Cliffhanger. The figure's identity remained a mystery, but Pyne's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. The game was far from over, and the desert had yet to reveal all its secrets. The group's fractured relationships were just the beginning. What lay ahead could tear them apart even further. As the majestic Nile steamer slices through the golden waters under a blazing Egyptian sunset, secrets brew among its passengers. Lady Grail, the aristocratic matron, whispers her darkest fears to Parker Pyne. "He's trying to kill me, Mr. Pyne. But I won't go quietly." By dawn, she's dead, her face twisted in agony, a cryptic note clutched in her hand. Was it murder, or something far more sinister? One man must untangle the lies, the greed, and the betrayal before the killer strikes again. The sun hung low over the Nile, painting the river in shades of molten gold. Its calm surface reflected the fiery sky, rippling gently as the majestic steamer Cleopatra cut through the water with an air of timeless elegance. The hum of the engines blended with the distant cries of exotic birds, creating a symphony of serenity that enveloped the travelers aboard. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, the air seemed to pulse with an unspoken tension, like a warning whispered by the ancient river itself. Parker Pyne stood at the edge of the deck, his sharp, observant eyes scanning the horizon. A man of quiet demeanor but profound intuition, Pyne had come to Egypt seeking solitude, a chance to escape the incessant humdrum of human complexities he so often unraveled. The weight of his past cases clung to him like a shadow, and for once he longed to disappear into the stillness of the Nile. As he watched the sun sink lower, his thoughts were interrupted by the soft murmur of voices nearby. Turning slightly, he noticed a woman draped in pearls and paranoia, her thin fingers gripping the arm of a younger man with the desperation of someone clinging to a lifeline. Lady Grail, the name whispered by the steamer's staff with a mix of awe and disdain, was impossible to ignore. Her presence commanded attention, though not in the way she might have hoped. Her heavily jeweled hands trembled as she gestured wildly, her voice sharp enough to cut through the gentle breeze. "Do you think I don't know what you are planning, George?" she hissed, her voice low but biting. "I see it in your eyes. You are waiting for the perfect moment to finish me off." The man beside her, stoic and visibly worn down, ran a hand through his graying hair. Sir George Grail's expression betrayed neither guilt nor innocence, only exhaustion. "You are imagining things again, Eleanor," he said flatly. "You need rest." "Rest," she snapped, her eyes darting around the deck as if searching for unseen enemies. "How can I rest when I am surrounded by vipers? Even my nurse can't be trusted. And you, my husband, are the worst of them all." Parker Pyne, who had been content to remain a silent observer, felt an involuntary pang of curiosity stir within him. Years of experience had taught him to recognize genuine fear, and Lady Grail radiated it. But was it the fear of a victim or the paranoia of a troubled mind? The line between the two often blurred. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lady Grail's voice cut through the twilight. "You there," she called, her piercing gaze locking onto Pyne. "You are the detective, aren't you?" Pyne blinked, startled. "Not exactly, Lady Grail," he replied carefully. "I prefer to think of myself as someone who resolves human problems." "Then you are precisely who I need," she insisted, her voice trembling. "I am in grave danger, Mr. Pyne. My husband wants me dead. I've seen the way he looks at me, the way he speaks in hushed tones to that secretary of his. They're plotting something, I know it." Pyne hesitated. This wasn't the vacation he had envisioned, yet the desperation in her eyes, the raw edge to her voice, tugged at something deep within him. Against his better judgment, he gave a small nod. "I'll see what I can do," he said. Before he could ask more, Lady Grail leaned in, her voice dropping to a frantic whisper. "You don't understand," she said. "This is bigger than just him. There are others watching, waiting. They're all in on it." "Others?" Pyne pressed, but Lady Grail recoiled as if she had said too much. Her gaze darted around the deck, her paranoia intensifying. "Not here," she murmured, clutching the pearls at her neck. "They're listening." Before Pyne could respond, she turned and hurried away, her jewels glinting faintly in the dimming light. The air seemed to grow heavier in her absence, as if she had left behind a trace of her unease. Pyne watched her retreating figure, a deep frown settling over his features. The Nile steamer glided forward into the gathering darkness, its passengers unaware of the storm brewing beneath its elegant exterior. And as the first stars began to pierce the night sky, Pyne couldn't shake the feeling that Lady Grail's fears, however irrational they seemed, might hold a kernel of truth. But what truth? And how far would someone go to silence it? For now, the answers remained as elusive as the shadows dancing across the Nile's surface. The Nile steamer Cleopatra buzzed with subdued energy as passengers settled into their routines. The faint strains of classical music drifted from the lounge, mingling with the scent of freshly polished wood and the river's cool breeze. Beneath the outward charm of the setting, Parker Pyne sensed an undercurrent of tension, a web of strained smiles, clipped tones, and sidelong glances. Each passenger carried an invisible weight, a shadow of secrets that seemed to deepen as night fell. At the center of it all was Lady Grail, who commanded attention like a storm cloud blotting out the sun. Draped in layers of silk and diamonds, she lounged in a high-backed chair, her every gesture laced with imperious disdain. Her sharp voice rang out as she berated the staff over an imagined slight. "I asked for chamomile tea, not this swill," she snapped, pushing the teacup away as though it contained poison. Her pale face, lined with years of worry and paranoia, twisted into an expression of theatrical outrage. "Do you think I don't notice these little games, trying to undermine me at every turn?" Beside her, Sir George Grail sat with the stillness of a man weathering a storm. His broad shoulders seemed to sag under the weight of invisible burdens, his weathered face set in grim resignation. He sipped his drink in silence, avoiding his wife's fiery gaze. The furrow in his brow deepened as she continued her tirade, but he remained unmoved, like a rock against the tide. Across the room, Pamela, Lady Grail's niece, watched the scene with thinly veiled contempt. "Must you make a scene, Aunt Eleanor?" she muttered, her words as sharp as a blade. Pamela's dark eyes sparkled with defiance, her posture rigid as she crossed her arms. "It's exhausting for all of us." Lady Grail shot her a glare. "Don't you dare take that tone with me, Pamela. If I didn't provide for you, where would you be? Certainly not gallivanting around like some modern woman." Pamela's lips curled into a bitter smile. "You mean living my life without your constant criticism? A tragedy, truly." Parker Pyne, seated unobtrusively nearby, observed the exchange with quiet fascination. The dynamics between the Grails were a study in dysfunction: Lady Grail's paranoia, Sir George's quiet despair, Pamela's barely contained resentment. But they weren't the only ones catching his attention. Hovering at the edge of the room was Miss Elsie MacNaughton, Lady Grail's nurse. The young woman was thin, her sharp features framed by auburn hair pulled tightly into a bun. Her hands were clasped in front of her, fingers twitching nervously as though she were bracing herself for another impossible demand. Her soft eyes darted toward Lady Grail often, filled with a mix of pity and something darker: exhaustion, perhaps, or guilt. And then there was Basil West, Sir George's secretary. Tall and impeccably dressed, Basil exuded a polished charm that felt almost too perfect. He lingered by the bar, swirling a glass of amber liquid in his hand. His eyes flicked toward Lady Grail with an intensity that set Pyne on edge. Was it concern, calculation, or something far more sinister? As Pyne studied the room, a low murmur reached his ears. He turned slightly to see Basil approach Lady Grail. Their voices were hushed, but the tension between them was palpable. "You shouldn't have said anything," Basil whispered, leaning closer to her chair. "You'll ruin everything." Lady Grail's eyes darted around the room before she hissed back. "Don't lecture me, Basil. You think I don't know what's at stake? If you'd done your part." Her words were cut off as she noticed Pyne watching them. Her face paled, and she straightened abruptly, forcing a strained smile. "Well, Mr. Pyne," she said loudly, drawing attention to him. "Enjoying the show, are we?" Pyne met her gaze with calm composure. "Merely admiring the atmosphere," he replied smoothly, though his mind raced. What had he just witnessed? A power play, a veiled threat, or something far more dangerous? Lady Grail rose from her chair, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted her shawl. "I am retiring for the evening," she announced, her voice clipped. "Come, Elsie." The nurse jumped to her feet, casting a nervous glance at Basil before following her employer. Basil lingered for a moment, his expression unreadable, before slipping out the opposite door. Pyne leaned back in his chair, his instincts on high alert. Whatever tension simmered beneath the surface of this group, it was more than petty squabbles or family drama. The cryptic exchange between Basil and Lady Grail replayed in his mind, each word laced with unspoken meaning. As the lounge emptied, the soft strains of music faded into an eerie stillness. Pyne's gaze lingered on the empty chair where Lady Grail had been sitting, the faintest trace of her perfume still hanging in the air. He couldn't shake the feeling that this night was far from over and that whatever secrets these passengers were hiding, they were bound to come to light in the most devastating way. In the shadows of the lounge, a single glass sat untouched on the bar. A faint smear of red lipstick on the rim caught the light before disappearing into the encroaching darkness. It was well past midnight, and the Cleopatra was cloaked in silence, save for the faint hum of the engine and the gentle lapping of the Nile against its hull. Parker Pyne had just begun to drift into the rare comfort of sleep when an urgent knock at his cabin door shattered the quiet. "Mr. Pyne," a voice hissed, low and trembling. Pyne opened the door to find Miss Elsie MacNaughton, Lady Grail's nurse, her face pale and drawn. "She wants to see you, Lady Grail. She's upset," Elsie stammered, her hands twisting the edge of her apron. "She says it's urgent." Pyne frowned but nodded, slipping on his robe. He followed the nurse down the narrow corridor to Lady Grail's cabin, where the faint glow of a lamp spilled through the gap in the door. Inside, Lady Grail sat propped up in bed, her face ashen but her eyes burning with an almost feverish intensity. The room was heavy with the cloying scent of lavender, and the curtains were drawn tightly shut, as though to keep out prying eyes. "Mr. Pyne," she began as he entered, her voice a brittle whisper. "I was right to call you. Something is terribly wrong." Pyne pulled up a chair, his sharp eyes studying her face. "You are feeling unwell?" "It's not illness, it's him, George, my husband." She spat the word like venom. "He's trying to kill me, Mr. Pyne." She leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the blanket. "I know it. The tea he brings me, the pills he insists I take. He's poisoning me, I am certain of it." Pyne's expression remained calm, but his mind raced. "That's a serious accusation, Lady Grail. Why would Sir George want to harm you?" She laughed bitterly, the sound brittle as glass. "Why, money, of course. I control the purse strings, and he's drowning in debt. He's desperate, Mr. Pyne. Desperate men do dangerous things." "Then let me help," Pyne said gently. "If you are certain of this, I need evidences, something concrete to act upon." Lady Grail's eyes darted around the room, as though searching for unseen threats. "Here is more to this than you know," she whispered, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "It's not just George. There are others, people you wouldn't suspect. They're all part of it, circling like vultures. I've seen the signs, the looks they exchange when they think I am not watching." Pyne leaned forward. "What signs, Lady Grail? What do you mean?" But the moment the question left his lips, she froze. Her gaze shifted to the corner of the room, where a faint shadow flickered against the lamplight. She shook her head fiercely. No, I've said too much. You'll only endanger yourself." "Lady Grail," Pyne began, but she cut him off with a raised hand. "Enough," she snapped, her voice sharp and commanding. "Leave me, Mr. Pyne, and don't breathe a word of this to anyone." Pyne hesitated, but the steel in her gaze left no room for argument. Rising to his feet, he inclined his head. "Very well, but if you need me—" "I won't," she interrupted, her tone final. As he turned to leave, something caught his eye. By the corner of her desk, a single sheet of paper burned in the ceramic ashtray. The edges curled and blackened, the flames hungrily devouring whatever had been written on it. "What are you burning?" Pyne asked, his voice calm but edged with curiosity. "Nothing of consequence," she said coldly, her hands trembling as she pushed the smoldering ashtray aside. Pyne lingered for a moment, his instincts prickling. "Good night, Lady Grail," he said at last, stepping out into the corridor. But as the door clicked shut behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly amiss. The next morning, chaos erupted on the Cleopatra. A steward's panicked cries pierced the air as passengers rushed toward Lady Grail's cabin. Pyne arrived to find the door wide open, the nurse weeping inconsolably by the bed. Lady Grail lay motionless, her lifeless body sprawled across the covers. Her face was frozen in an expression of sheer agony, her lips parted as though in a final, desperate gasp. In her rigid hand, she clutched a crumpled scrap of paper, the ink smeared but faintly legible. "They'll come for me next." Pyne's heart sank as he took in the scene, his mind racing. Who had silenced Lady Grail and why? The questions swirled like a storm as he turned to the others gathered in the room. Sir George stood in stunned silence, his face pale and unreadable. Basil West lingered near the doorway, his expression inscrutable, while Pamela's eyes burned with fury, her fists clenched at her sides. Pyne's gaze fell last on Miss Macnaughton, who knelt by the bedside, her tears streaming freely. "I told her," she sobbed. "I told her to tell someone to trust someone. But she wouldn't listen." The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the faint rustle of the Nile breeze outside the window. Pyne's mind churned, piecing together fragments of the night before. Whatever conspiracy Lady Grail had hinted at, it was clear she had known too much. As the steamer pressed on through the Nile's serene waters, Pyne's unease deepened. The secrets Lady Grail had guarded so fiercely had died with her, at least most of them. Pyne's eyes drifted to the scrap of paper in her hand, the cryptic warning echoing in his thoughts. "They'll come for me next." The question lingered like a shadow. Who was they, and how far would they go to protect their secrets? The morning sun bathed the Nile in a golden glow, but on the Cleopatra, the atmosphere was anything but serene. The body of Lady Grail had been moved to a secure room, but the shock of her sudden death rippled through the ship like a thunderclap. Passengers whispered in hushed tones, their eyes darting toward one another, while the crew frantically tried to maintain order. Parker Pyne stood at the center of the chaos, his calm demeanor masking the turmoil of his thoughts. The cryptic scrap of paper clutched in Lady Grail's hand haunted him. "The cachet of dreams. Burn this." The words felt like a puzzle, and Pyne hated puzzles left unsolved. "Mr. Pyne, what do we do?" Captain Hamid's voice was tight with anxiety. "If this is murder," he trailed off, glancing nervously at the gathering crowd. "It is murder," Pyne said quietly, his voice steady but firm. "And if we're not careful, the killer might strike again." The passengers erupted into murmurs of fear. Sir George Grail, standing near the edge of the room, slammed his cane against the floor. "This is preposterous. My wife was unwell. She's been unwell for years. Her death is a tragedy, not a crime." But his protest was cut short as a steward burst into the lounge, pale and breathless. In his trembling hands, he held a small, weathered packet. "Sir, we found this," he stammered, holding the packet out to the captain. Pyne stepped forward, taking the object and examining it carefully. The label was faded, but the contents were unmistakable. "Strychnine." Gasps filled the room as the steward added, "It was in Sir George's cabin, hidden in his shaving kit." All eyes turned to Sir George, whose face darkened with outrage. "This is absurd," he bellowed. "I've never seen that before in my life." Pamela, Lady Grail's sharp-tongued niece, crossed her arms and sneered. "Of course you'd say that, Uncle George, but we all know you were desperate. You've been arguing with Aunt Celia for weeks about money. You hated her, didn't you?" "How dare you?" Sir George shot back, his voice shaking. "I've tolerated her delusions and accusations for years. I stayed with her out of duty, nothing more." "Duty," Pamela scoffed. "That's rich, coming from a man who was practically salivating over her will." "Enough." Pyne's voice cut through the room like a whip. The bickering stopped as all eyes turned to him. "This isn't a trial, and accusations won't get us anywhere. We need facts, not assumptions." Pamela rolled her eyes but stayed silent. Sir George, his face still flushed with anger, muttered under his breath but refrained from further outbursts. Pyne turned to Miss Elsie MacNaughton, who stood near the back of the room, clutching a handkerchief. Her eyes were red, and her hands trembled slightly. "Miss MacNaughton," Pyne said gently, "you were closest to Lady Grail. Did she ever express concerns about her safety?" Elsie hesitated, her gaze darting between Pyne and Sir George. She was paranoid, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. For weeks, she accused people of plotting against her. Sir George, Pamela, even the staff. She thought everyone wanted her dead. Sir George let out a bitter laugh. "There you have it. She was delusional." "But was she wrong?" Pyne asked, his eyes narrowing. The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Before anyone could respond, Pyne produced the scrap of paper Lady Grail had clutched in her final moments. He read it aloud. "The cachet of dreams. Burn this." Pamela frowned. "What does that even mean?" Pyne turned the paper over in his hands. "It suggests she received a poisoned capsule disguised as Medicinia cachet, and she knew enough to try to destroy it before it was used against her." The room fell silent, the weight of Pyne's words sinking in. Then, suddenly, Pamela spoke up. "Are you saying she poisoned herself to frame someone else? That would be just like her, manipulative, until the very end." Miss MacNaughton gasped. "How dare you? She was terrified. She said she didn't know who to trust." "And maybe she was right," Pyne interjected. His gaze swept over the room, lingering on each passenger. "Someone here wanted Lady Grail dead. The strychnine wasn't planted in Sir George's cabin by accident. It was meant to be found. But why?" Before anyone could answer, there was a sudden commotion near the door. Basil West, Sir George's enigmatic secretary, stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Pyne," he said calmly, "if you are so intent on solving this, I suggest you start looking at every, including yourself. After all, you were the last person to speak with her last night, weren't you?" The room erupted into chaos, voices overlapping as accusations flew. But Pyne remained silent, his mind working furiously. Basil's words weren't just a diversion, they were a challenge. As the passengers' arguments reached a fever pitch, Pyne's gaze fell once again on the scrap of paper. The cachet of dreams. The phrase gnawed at him, teasing at the edges of his understanding. What had Lady Grail meant? And more importantly, who had silenced her before she could say more? The dining hall of the Cleopatra had been turned into an interrogation chamber. The rich, polished wood paneling and the glittering chandeliers seemed out of place in the tense atmosphere. Parker Pyne, standing at the head of the room, cast a watchful gaze over the assembled passengers. No one dared meet his eyes for long, each retreating into their own thoughts or their own secrets. "Let's begin," Pyne said, his calm tone underscored by the weight of authority. He turned to Sir George Grail, whose fingers drummed nervously against the edge of the table. "Sir George, let's address the obvious. Your marriage wasn't exactly blissful, was it?" George snorted, his face flushed with indignation. "You didn't know Celia," he spat. "She was a tyrant, Mr. Pyne. Nothing was ever good enough for her. And yet I stayed through her tantrums, her accusations. She drained me, emotionally and financially. I am ruined because of her." Pamela, seated opposite him, let out a bitter laugh. "Oh, Uncle George, don't act so noble. You were only waiting for her to die so you could crawl out from under her thumb." Sir George slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you?" "Enough," Pyne said, his sharp voice cutting through their bickering. "Your financial ruin is noted, Sir George. But did it drive you to murder?" George's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. The silence spoke volumes. Pyne shifted his focus to Pamela, who sat with her arms crossed, her sharp features illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. "Miss Pamela, you didn't seem too distraught about your aunt's passing. In fact, you seemed rather liberated." Pamela smirked, but there was a flicker of something behind her eyes. Nervousness, perhaps. "Why would I be distraught, Mr. Pyne?" She was a miserable old woman who loved to control everyone around her. She even tried to dictate what I could wear and whom I could speak to. I hated her, yes, but that doesn't mean I killed her. "No?" Pyne asked, tilting his head. "And what about the inheritance? Your aunt's death puts a considerable sum of money in your pocket, does it not?" Pamela stiffened, her smirk fading. "If you are suggesting I poisoned her for money, you are wasting your time. Unlike my dear uncle over there, I don't need her wealth to survive." Pyne made a mental note of her defensive tone but moved on. His gaze settled on Miss Elsie MacNaughton, who had been unusually quiet. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, and her eyes were downcast. "Miss MacNaughton," Pyne said gently, "you were Lady Grail's nurse for years. You must have seen more than most. Tell me, what was your relationship with her like?" Elsie hesitated, her voice barely a whisper when she finally spoke. "She wasn't easy to care for. She was demanding, cruel at times, always suspicious, always accusing. I did my best, but—" Her voice cracked, and she looked away. "But," Pyne pressed, leaning forward, "you resented her, didn't you? You gave everything to care for her, and she never showed a shred of gratitude." Tears welled up in Elsie's eyes. "I never wanted to hurt her," she said shakily. "But yes, I was tired, exhausted. I thought about leaving so many times, but she wouldn't let me. She threatened to ruin my reputation if I left her employment. I felt trapped." Pyne nodded slowly. "Trapped people can act out of desperation, Miss MacNaughton." But he turned his attention to Basil West, who lounged casually in his chair, an infuriatingly calm expression on his face. "And you? Your relationship with Lady Grail was unconventional." Basil raised an eyebrow. "Unconventional? That's a polite—" "You flirted with her," Pyne said bluntly. "You charmed her, manipulated her. For what? Money?" "She was lonely," Basil replied with a shrug. "I gave her attention. If that's a crime, then lock me up." "Did you ever think about what might happen if Sir George found out?" Pyne asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone. "Or Pamela, for that matter. You made enemies of the entire Grail family, Mr. West." Basil's calm facade cracked slightly, but he quickly recovered. "You can insinuate all you like, Mr. Pyne, but I didn't kill her." Before Pyne could respond, a loud knock on the door interrupted the interrogation. Captain Hamid entered, his face pale and strained. In his hand, he held a small glass vial. "We found this in Mr. West's cabin," the captain announced, his voice heavy with accusation. Gasps filled the room as Hamid placed the vial on the table. The label was faded, but the word strychnine was still legible. Basil shot to his feet. "This is a setup," he exclaimed, his voice rising in panic. "I don't know how that got there." "How convenient," Pamela muttered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "The charming secretary has a vial of poison hidden away. Imagine that." "Mr. West," Pyne said, his voice cold and measured, "do you expect us to believe you had no idea this was in your cabin?" "Yes," Basil shouted, his composure slipping. "Someone planted it there to frame me." "Who?" Pyne asked, his eyes narrowing. "If you didn't do it, who did?" Basil's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. The room fell into a tense silence, the air thick with suspicion. Pyne leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The discovery of the vial changed everything, but it also raised more questions. Was Basil truly being framed, or was he a master manipulator playing the victim? As Pyne's thoughts swirled, the ship's whistle echoed through the air, a haunting sound that seemed to underscore the growing danger. Somewhere on this steamer, a murderer was watching, waiting. And Pyne knew the next move could be fatal. The atmosphere aboard the Cleopatra had become suffocating, thick with tension as the passengers and crew awaited their fates. The whodunit mystery had unfolded slowly, with every step revealing new, more twisted layers. But now, the truth was near. Parker Pyne had his suspicions, but he needed the final piece of the puzzle to expose the murderer. Basil West, who had once been so composed, now fidgeted nervously in the lounge. His eyes darted toward the exits, looking for a way out. But there was no escape now. Pyne had him cornered. "You seem a bit on edge, Mr. West," Pyne remarked calmly, leaning back in his chair, studying the secretary with an almost disinterested air. "I can understand why. The evidence is piling up against you." Basil's jaw tightened. "I've already told you, I am being framed," he said, his voice sharp, though his gaze betrayed an underlying panic. "I don't know how that vial ended up in my cabin." Pyne smiled, a thin, calculating smile. "But what if I told you that Lady Grail kept your love letters, Mr. West? What if I told you that I have proof you were feeding her your words of passion, your assurances that you were on her side when in fact you were plotting her death all along?" Basil's face paled, his breath quickened, and his eyes flickered toward the door. He was cornered. His attempt to remain composed crumbled before Pyne's relentless gaze. "That's a lie," Basil said, but there was no conviction in his voice. "I didn't write her letters. What are you?" Pyne leaned forward, his voice low but firm. "The letters, Basil. They were a way to manipulate her. You fed her paranoia, didn't you? You made her believe that everyone wanted her dead. But the real plan was far more sinister." Basil's eyes widened. He was caught, his shoulders slumped in defeat as the weight of his actions crashed down upon him. He let out a shaky breath and then, as if a dam had broken, the truth spilled out. "Yes, I did," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I manipulated her. I convinced her that Sir George was poisoning her. I fed her fears until she was paralyzed by them. But it wasn't just her fears I played with." He paused, looking at the ground, as though he couldn't bear to meet Pyne's eyes. "Lady Grail wasn't just paranoid," he continued, his voice growing steadier. "She was weak. I slowly poisoned her, bit by bit, with small doses of strychnine. But I made sure she never suspected me, only George. It was the perfect setup. I knew she would accuse him before she died." Pyne's expression remained stoic, but his mind raced. And Pamela? What role did she play in all this? Basil flinched, his eyes flickering nervously. "Pamela, she was the one who helped me. At first, at least. She wanted her aunt dead. She hated being controlled, hated the way Lady Grail treated her. I promised her I would help her get the inheritance if she helped me. But as the plan went on, she started to realize how dangerous it had become. Basil's words were cut off by a sharp, bitter laugh from the doorway. Pamela entered the room, her face a mask of indifference, but her eyes were dark with something else, fear. "So this is the grand reveal, Mr. Pyne. You've got it all figured out, haven't you?" Pyne turned to her, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. "Pamela, you were in on it from the start, weren't you?" She took a step forward, her posture rigid, but she didn't deny it. "I was," she admitted coldly. "But I didn't kill her. I didn't want her dead, not really. I just wanted to escape her clutches. I wanted freedom. The inheritance wasn't even my main goal anymore. It was about living my life. Basil told me he had a plan, and I thought it was the only way out. Pyne studied her for a long moment, his mind working through the pieces of the puzzle. And then it spiraled out of control. He said softly, "When your aunt died, you panicked. You realized what you had been a part of, and you wanted no part of it anymore. But you couldn't just walk away, could you?" Pamela's eyes flickered with guilt, but she didn't speak. Instead, her gaze darted toward the door, as though searching for an escape route. Pyne caught the movement, and his voice turned cold. "Pamela, here is nowhere left to run. We all know the truth now." Pamela's lips curled into a bitter smile. "You think you've won, Pyne. You think you've exposed everything. You haven't. You don't understand. None of you do." She turned to Basil, who had been watching her intently. There was a brief moment of silent communication between them, a shared glance that said everything without words. "I didn't want it to go this far," Basil murmured, almost to himself. Pamela's eyes hardened, and before anyone could stop her, she bolted for the door. In a flash, she was gone, disappearing into the narrow corridors of the ship. "Get her," Pyne commanded, rising from his chair, his voice sharp and decisive. The crew moved swiftly, but the ship's narrow passages were a labyrinth. Pyne knew time was running out. Pamela was desperate, and a desperate woman was dangerous. The chase was on. As Pyne followed the crew down the dimly lit corridors, he could hear the frantic pounding of feet ahead. He turned a corner and froze. There, standing at the edge of the ship, was Pamela, her back to the railing, the sea stretching out before her. Her eyes met his, and for a moment, time seemed to slow. "You think you've solved it all, don't you, Pyne?" Pamela said, her voice trembling with something between defiance and fear. "But you haven't even begun to understand." Without warning, she turned, throwing herself toward the open air, disappearing into the night, swallowed by the dark abyss. Pyne reached the edge of the ship just in time to hear the sound of her body hitting the water. The Cleopatra had finally reached its destination. The Nile's dark waters lapped against the hull as the steamer docked at the harbor. The passengers, tense, nervous, and exhausted, gathered in the lounge, unsure of what would happen next. Pyne's eyes scanned the room, his gaze sharp, methodical, and unwavering. He could feel the weight of their collective guilt hanging in the air like a heavy fog. "Who do you think is the murderer, Sir George, Pamela, or Basil?" "Tonight," Pyne began, his voice calm but carrying the authority of a man who had seen the truth unfold, "we come to the end of this twisted journey." A palpable silence filled the lounge. Every eye was fixed on him. Basil shifted uneasily in his chair, his usually composed demeanor now breaking down. His hands, once steady, now trembled. Pamela stood next to him, her eyes cold but filled with something else, fear, regret, or perhaps both. The others, the weary Sir George, the irritated Miss Macnaughton, and the now quiet Lady Grail's niece, Henna, watched, waiting for the unraveling to reach its inevitable conclusion. Pyne stepped forward, locking eyes with Basil. "I know it was you, Mr. West," he said softly, but the words struck like a slap. "You orchestrated it all. The poisoning, the manipulation. You fed Lady Grail's paranoia, drove her mad with fear. But you didn't just want her dead, did you? No, your eyes were set on the inheritance all along." Basil's face paled. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but no words came out. Finally, with a shaky breath, he whispered, "I didn't mean for it to go this far." Pamela, standing beside him, shot him a quick, accusing glance before her gaze fell to the floor. There was nothing left to hide now. The game was up. Pyne continued, his voice growing colder, more insistent. "You knew Lady Grail would eventually accuse her husband, Sir George. You knew it was the perfect plan, slowly poison her with strychnine, make her believe her own husband was trying to kill her. You had her convinced. But what about Pamela, Mr. West? What about her role in this?" Basil stiffened. His eyes darted nervously to Pamela, who stood motionless. She said nothing, her face unreadable, but there was a flicker of something, guilt or fear. Pyne couldn't quite tell. "Pamela was your accomplice. She helped you poison her aunt, her own flesh and blood," Pyne declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Pamela's gaze shifted upward. Her lips parted as if to protest. But no sound came out. It was true, every word. And now there was no escape. The room went deathly quiet. Everyone knew it was coming to a head. "You see, I've watched all of you closely," Pyne said, taking a step back. "The pieces of this puzzle fell into place the moment I found those letters. The moment I saw your fear, Mr. West. You couldn't control the situation anymore, could you? You played the game for so long, but now it's over." Suddenly, Basil sprang to his feet, his face contorting with panic. He grabbed a small metal box from his coat pocket and hurled it across the room. "No," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "You don't understand. Before he could reach the box, Pyne was already moving, his steps swift and decisive. He reached the box in a single bound, and with one firm motion, he pried it open. Inside was a final vial of strychnine, the evidence Basil had tried to destroy. But Pyne had anticipated his move. "Not so fast, Mr. West," Pyne said coldly, his eyes never leaving Basil's face. He dropped the vial into his pocket with a calmness that contrasted sharply with the growing tension in the room. Basil's face twisted in rage, but he knew it was too late. The truth had come out, and there was no escape now. A soft murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they processed the weight of Pyne's revelation. Sir George's weary voice cut through the silence. "So it was you all along," he muttered, looking at Basil with a mix of disgust and resignation. "You poisoned my wife and tried to frame me." Basil opened his mouth, but no words came. He was cornered. His gaze shifted from Sir George to Pamela, who was now stepping away from him, her expression conflicted but resolute. Pyne turned to the rest of the passengers. "I suggest we let the authorities handle the rest." His voice was steady, his tone unyielding. "As for you, Mr. West and Miss Grayle, your game is over. The law will have its say." Suddenly the ship's horn blared, signaling the arrival of the police, who had been waiting at the dock. Officers stormed into the lounge, their presence like a wave crashing against the tense atmosphere. The authorities immediately took charge, arresting Basil and Pamela, who resisted briefly but were quickly subdued. But just as the police were about to escort Basil away, he turned back to Pyne, a final defiant spark in his eyes. "You think you've solved it all, Pyne. You think you've uncovered every secret." Pyne raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "I don't think," he replied softly. "I know." As the authorities took them away, the Cleopatra slowly began to drift away from the dock, leaving behind the tangled web of secrets, betrayal, and murder. But in the back of Pyne's mind, a nagging thought lingered. Had he uncovered everything? As the ship sailed into the distance, the final twist hung heavy in the air. Was Basil truly the mastermind, or had someone else been pulling the strings all along? The Cleopatra finally docked at the bustling port, its grand hull creaking softly as the passengers began to disembark. The morning sun stretched lazily across the sky, casting a pale glow over the city as if to cleanse the darkness that had lingered on board. Pyne stood at the top of the gangplank, watching the authorities escort Basil and Pamela to a waiting car. The sharp clang of the ship's bell echoed in the air as the passengers slowly made their way to the docks, their faces tired, their eyes haunted. His eyes followed them, but his mind was elsewhere. His thoughts had settled into a quiet, brooding space. The case was over, but something still gnawed at him. He knew he had solved it, and yet the unease lingered deep inside his chest. "Greed," Pyne murmured under his breath, watching Sir George and the others leave the ship. He had seen it in their eyeshow. It twisted them into something darker than they could ever imagine. How the thirst for power, the hunger for money, had driven them to madness. Basil's manipulation, Pamela's betrayal, Lady Grail's delusions, it was all a tangled mess of lies. But there was one thing Pyne knew for certain. The human capacity for betrayal was endless. He turned away from the crowd, his gaze distant, almost contemplative. There was a faint pull at the back of his mind, a whisper of something he couldn't quite place. He had hoped to escape the world of deceit and intrigue on this vacation. But, as always, trouble had found him. "A vacation," Pyne said softly, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who had seen too much. He had taken time off to seek peace, to let the weight of his past cases wash away. But it seemed the mysteries, the lies, and the danger had a way of following him no matter how far he traveled. He paused, one foot on the dock, and took in the scene before him. The port was bustling with activity, tourists, merchants, and the sound of life filling the air. It was a far cry from the tension of the Cleopatra, but the lingering shadows of the past still hung in the air like a thick fog. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Pyne." It was Heine, Lady Grail's niece, who had been oddly silent throughout the entire ordeal. She had been the only one to escape the tangled web of deceit. Her expression was unreadable as she approached him, clutching a small, neatly folded letter. "Yes." Pyne's voice was measured, tired, but still alert. He looked down at her, his eyes narrowing slightly, sensing something off. "I just wanted to thank you," she said softly, handing him the letter. "You saved us all from more destruction than we can imagine." Pyne took the letter, his fingers brushing hers for a moment. He opened it slowly, his eyes scanning the neat handwriting inside. But before he could fully read it, a noise interrupted, an odd, distant sound, like a bell ringing somewhere on the dock. It was a sound he couldn't quite place. Familiar, almost like the sound of a distant call, a pull towards something darker. Pyne folded the letter and pocketed it without a second glance. "I think it's time for me to get away from all of this," he said, more to himself than to Heine. "No more puzzles, no more mysteries, just peace." Heine gave him a small, almost cryptic smile. "Sometimes, Mr. Pyne, the peace we seek is never quite what we expect." Her words hung in the air like a riddle, and Pyne felt a flicker of unease in his chest. He turned to walk away, but as he did, his eyes caught a figure standing near the quay. A tall man, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, with dark hair and a cold, calculating gaze. The man locked eyes with Pyne for a brief moment before quickly turning away. It was the way the stranger moved that caught Pyne's attention, graceful, deliberate, as if he were part of the shadows themselves. There was something about him that sent a shiver down Pyne's spine, and before he could question it further, the man had vanished into the crowd. Pyne stopped. The air around him suddenly felt heavy. His heart rate quickened, and the quiet whisper of Heine's words echoed in his mind. "The peace we seek is never quite what we expect." He turned back to Heine, who was now walking away, disappearing into the crowd. Was there a hidden meaning in her words, or was it just a harmless goodbye? The question swirled in his mind as he glanced back at the distant figure in the crowd. The feeling of being watched, of being pulled toward something dark, lingered like a storm cloud over his head. And then, the most chilling realization struck him. The mystery wasn't over. As the day stretched into the early hours of evening, the distant hum of the harbor seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if calling to him. There was a new mystery waiting for him, one that had followed him all the way from Egypt to this very dock. A sudden gust of wind tugged at Pyne's coat as he turned to leave, but the strange feeling of being watched never left him. In fact, it only grew stronger. He couldn't escape it, and, more troubling still, he didn't know if he even wanted to. Drop your theory in the comments. A ransom note, a fake detective, and a missing son. Welcome to the most thrilling mystery you'll hear today. The golden glow of a dying Greek sunset bathed the rugged cliffs of Delphi in hues of amber and crimson, casting long, eerie shadows across the countryside. Perched on the balcony of the dilapidated Hotel Helios, Mrs. Peters leaned back in her creaky wicker chair, her lips pursed in disapproval. The supposed charm of Greece, the birthplace of civilization, was utterly lost on her. The hotel's plaster walls were cracked and peeling, and the distant ruins of Apollo's temple, revered by so many, appeared to her like a heap of forgotten stones. She turned her gaze from the ancient magic of Delphi with a dismissive scoff, muttering under her breath, "Magic. If only they'd conjure up a decent martini." Her tone was sharp, her words dripping with disdain, as she flipped a page of her detective novel. The book, promising thrills and twists, provided little solace. She was a woman accustomed to extravagance, and this bare-bones vacation organized by her overly intellectual son Willard felt like a personal punishment. Willard, always eager to discuss myths and history, had bounded off earlier to admire the energy of Delphi, leaving her to endure the company of her sarcastic maid, Clara, and the sullen chauffeur, Daniels. Neither was inclined to humor her growing irritation. As Mrs. Peters turned another page, her sharp blue eyes caught a flicker of movement below. A man charming in his disheveled elegance strolled into the courtyard, his white linen suit rumpled but giving him a rakish air. He paused, lighting a cigarette with deliberate ease, before his gaze drifted upward, locking onto hers. A moment passed a beat too long. "Evening," he called out, his voice smooth and lilting, the kind that could both comfort and unsettle. He tilted his hat in a gesture that was half greeting, half challenge. Mrs. Peters nodded stiffly, unsure whether to engage. The man lingered, his cigarette glowing in the dimming light. "Quite a view," he added, gesturing toward the ruins. "Don't you agree, Mrs. Peters, is it?" Her eyebrows shot up. "Do I know you?" she asked, her voice edged with suspicion. "Not yet," he said with a cryptic smile. "But I believe we have a mutual acquaintance, Mr. Thompson. He's staying here, isn't he?" Mrs. Peters frowned. "I wouldn't know," she replied curtly. But as the man's smile widened, a chill prickled her skin. There was something unsettling about his confidence, as if he knew far more than he let on. Without another word, he tipped his hat again and strolled into the hotel, disappearing through the grand wooden doors. Mrs. Peters stared after him, her curiosity piqued. Who was Mr. Thompson? And why did this stranger seem so interested in him? Her inner monologue buzzed with sharp questions as she mulled over the encounter. Could it be coincidence? She didn't trust coincidences, not in life, and certainly not in the pages of her novels. Behind her, the wind rustled through the olive trees, whispering secrets she couldn't quite hear. The evening's calm felt suddenly oppressive, the golden sunset now tinged with a foreboding darkness. Mrs. Peters closed her book, her mind too distracted to focus on the fictional murder within its pages. As she rose to leave the balcony, her heel snagged on a loose tile, and she stumbled forward, gripping the railing for support. Glancing down, she spotted something glinting in the fading light, a cigarette butt crushed hastily into the floor, still faintly smoldering. The stranger's, she realized. But why here, just outside her door? Her heart quickened. She turned back to the balcony's edge, scanning the courtyard below. It was empty now, save for the shadows that seemed to lengthen and twist unnaturally. She clutched the faded photograph tucked in her book, a memento of her late husband. For the first time, felt the ancient energy of Delphi creeping under her skin. Somewhere in the hotel, a door creaked open, followed by the faint murmur of voices. Mrs. Peters lingered, torn between retreating to the safety of her room and following her gnawing curiosity. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the landscape into shadow, she whispered to herself, "What on earth have I gotten myself into?" Unbeknownst to her, a pair of unseen eyes were watching from the darkness, waiting. The ransom note twist begins. The day had been unremarkable, another tiresome tour of ruins, another lecture from Willard about Greece's golden age. Mrs. Peters had barely endured it. She had hoped to return to her room for a quiet moment with her novel, perhaps a stiff drink to dull the monotony. But the instant she stepped inside, she knew something was wrong. The curtains, which she had drawn shut that morning, now fluttered slightly in the breeze. Her belongings, meticulously arranged on the vanity, were ever so slightly out of place. And then, there it was in the center of the bed, a plain white envelope. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached it, her heels clicking faintly on the tiled floor. Her fingers trembled as she opened the envelope, pulling out a single sheet of paper. The message was written in blocky, uneven letters. "We have your son. Do not contact the police or the hotel staff. Bring £10,000 sterling, and you'll see him again. Instructions to follow. Fail, and you'll regret it." The paper fluttered from her hand, landing on the floor like a fallen leaf. Mrs. Peters stumbled back, gripping the edge of the bed for support. Her mind raced. Willard her only son taken. It felt unreal, like one of the absurd plots from her detective novels. She clutched at the pearls around her neck, her breaths shallow and quick. The words, "You'll regret it," echoed in her mind, their menace tightening around her chest like a vice. She scanned the room, half expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows, watching her reaction. But the room was silent, save for the faint rustle of the wind through the curtains. A knock on the door jolted her out of her thoughts. She froze, the ransom note still lying on the floor. Another knock followed, louder this time. "Madam, it's Clara," came the maid's voice. Mrs. Peters hesitated, then hurriedly stuffed the note into her handbag. "One moment," she called, smoothing her hair and forcing her face into a semblance of calm. Dinner that evening was a blur. The hotel's dining room, with its quaint charm and soft candlelight, felt suffocating. Mrs. Peters barely touched her food, her gaze flickering to every corner of the room. Where was Willard now? Was he frightened? Hurt? The questions clawed at her mind, but she dared not show her distress. Her distracted demeanor didn't go unnoticed. A man seated 2 tables away had been watching her for some time. He was an unassuming figure, balding, with round glasses perched on his nose and a genial smile that seemed almost too wide. He wore a simple suit, the kind that blended into any crowd, and yet there was something oddly deliberate about him. As the waiters cleared the dishes, the man stood and approached her table, his movements calm and measured. Mrs. Peters tensed, her fingers gripping her wine glass. "Mrs. Peters, isn't it?" he said with a polite nod. She frowned. "Do I know you?" He chuckled softly, as though sharing a private joke. "Not yet, but I suspect we'll be good friends before this ordeal is over." Her frown deepened. "Excuse me, but I—" "Shh," he interrupted, his voice low but firm. He slid a folded piece of paper across the table. "Don't make a scene. Read it later." Before she could protest, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the adjoining lounge. For a moment, Mrs. Peters sat frozen, her pulse racing. Then, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she slipped the note into her handbag and excused herself from the table. In the privacy of her room, she unfolded the note with trembling hands. "Parker Pyne, specialist in solving personal problems. Wait for the second note. Trust me." The words were neat, precise, and maddeningly cryptic. Mrs. Peters stared at the paper, her mind whirling. Who was this man? How did he know about her predicament? And why should she trust him? Her instincts told her to be wary, but desperation gnawed at her resolve. If he truly could help, did she have any other choice? The note's final words lingered in her mind as she paced the room, torn between hope and fear. Wait for the second note. What did he mean? How long would she have to wait? Outside, the night deepened. The wind howled through the hills, carrying with it an almost sinister energy. As Mrs. Peters peered out of her window, she saw the man Parker Pyne standing in the courtyard below, his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced up, meeting her gaze for a fleeting moment, and gave her a knowing nod before disappearing into the shadows. Her chest tightened. Something about him unsettled her deeply, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he held the answers she needed. Then, as the clock struck midnight, a faint rustling sound caught her attention. She turned sharply toward the door, her heart pounding. Was it the second note? Or something far worse? The suspects building suspense. Mrs. Peters sat stiffly in the hotel's lounge, her teacup trembling slightly in her hand. The room, once a haven of dull chatter and harmless distractions, now felt charged with tension. Parker Pyne's suggestion echoed in her mind. The kidnappers could be among these people. Watch, but act normal. Normal? How could she act normal when every face in the room seemed to wear a mask? Her gaze drifted to Mr. Thompson, seated in the corner by the window. The man was nondescript, average height, thinning hair, and the kind of face you'd forget in a crowd. But there was something in the way he avoided meeting anyone's eyes, the way he sat hunched over his newspaper, as though shielding himself from scrutiny. She noticed his hand tremble slightly as he turned a page. What was he hiding? And then there was the arty mother-daughter duo, occupying the chaise longue near the fireplace. The mother, an elegant woman with silver-streaked hair tied in a loose bun, whispered something to her daughter, who giggled nervously. Mrs. Peters frowned. Every time she glanced in their direction, they seemed to avert their eyes. The daughter clutched a sketchbook, her pencil moving furiously, while her mother leaned in, her lips moving in what seemed like a warning. Were they talking about her, or Willard? The most unsettling figure, however, was someone closer to home. Her own chauffeur. From the moment they'd arrived, the young man had been overly attentive to Willard opening his car door before hers, insisting on carrying his bags, even offering unsolicited advice about the local sites. She'd brushed it off as politeness. But now, with the ransom note looming in her mind, every memory of his behavior felt suspicious. Earlier that evening, she had caught him staring at her from across the lobby. His expression was unreadable, almost calculating. Why had she trusted him? Mrs. Peters set her teacup down and glanced at Parker Pyne, who sat across from her, calm and composed, as if the whole situation were nothing more than a chess game. His piercing eyes seemed to take in every detail of the room without giving anything away. "Who do you suspect?" she whispered, leaning in. Pyne smiled faintly. "Everyone, and no one." His maddening vagueness only added to her anxiety. A sudden burst of laughter from the mother-daughter duo drew her attention again. The daughter's laugh was high-pitched, almost forced, and Mrs. Peters swore she caught the word ransom, muttered under the mother's breath. Her heart raced. Could they have something to do with Willard's disappearance? Just then, Mr. Thompson abruptly stood up, folding his newspaper with precision. His eyes flickered briefly in her direction before he made his way toward the door. Mrs. Peters felt a shiver run down her spine. His movements were too deliberate, too controlled. She glanced at Pyne, who simply raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Pay attention." "Should I follow him?" she whispered. Pyne shook his head. "Not yet. Let's see what he does next." The room grew quieter as the evening wore on. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Mrs. Peters found herself watching everyone with a new intensity. Every glance, every gesture, every seemingly innocent word felt loaded with meaning. The chauffeur entered the lounge, his uniform crisp and his expression neutral. He walked past her without a word, but she noticed the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Was it her imagination? Or did he know? Her paranoia reached a fever pitch when she returned to her room later that night. She locked the door, then checked it twice, her hands trembling. On the desk sat a small vase of fresh flowers, but she hadn't. She froze, her heart hammering in her chest. Who had placed them there? A folded piece of paper rested next to the vase. Slowly, she reached for it, her fingers brushing against the crisp edges. Unfolding it, she found a single line scrawled in a bold, "Trust Her breath caught. Was this a warning from Pyne, or a threat from the kidnappers? Her mind raced as she stared at the note. The walls of her room closed. A soft knock at the door shattered the silence. She whipped around, clutching. "Who is it?" she called. There was no answer. Another knock followed. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she crept toward the door. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the doorknob. Should she open it? Or had the danger? The necklace demand, midpoint twist. The next morning, a soft knock on the door startled Mrs. Peters from her restless thoughts. She hesitated, then opened it cautiously. A folded note lay on the floor. She picked it up, her hands trembling as she unfolded it. The words hit her like a blow. "The cash will no longer suffice. We want the diamond necklace. We know you carry it everywhere. Deliver it by midnight tonight, or you'll never see your son again." Her fingers tightened around the note, her breath hitching. They knew about the necklace, but how? Her gaze darted around the room as if the walls themselves were hiding eyes. She had always prided herself on her discretion, and yet someone had seen through her. When she showed the note to Parker Pyne, he read it with calm detachment, his lips curving into a thoughtful smile. "Interesting," he murmured. "The kidnappers are resourceful. I'll give them that." Mrs. Peters' voice was sharp with fear. "You think this is a game? That necklace is worth more than some houses. It's not just a piece of jewelry. It belonged to my grandmother, and—" Pyne held up a hand to silence her. "I understand the sentimentality, Mrs. Peters, but sentimentality won't bring your son back. Listen carefully. I have a jeweler friend in Athens, a true artist. He can create an exact paste replica of your necklace within a few hours. We'll deliver the fake, and your son will be safe." She stared at him, her face pale. "And if they realize it's fake?" Pyne's calm demeanor didn't waver. "By the time they do, we'll have your son back, and they'll have nowhere to run. But for this plan to work, I need your cooperation. Can I count on you?" Mrs. Peters nodded reluctantly, though doubt gnawed at her. As Pyne left to make arrangements with his jeweler contact, the weight of her role in the scheme pressed down on her like a leaden cloak. The hours that followed were a test of endurance. Mrs. Peters had to maintain the illusion of normalcy, smiling and engaging in polite conversation with the hotel staff and guests, all while every nerve in her body screamed for her to flee. At breakfast, the mother-daughter duo whispered furiously over their croissants, their glances occasionally darting toward her. "Such a lovely necklace," the mother said suddenly, her voice carrying across the room. "You wear it so often, Mrs. Peters. A true family treasure, isn't it?" Mrs. Peters froze, her teacup halfway to her lips. She forced a tight smile. Yes, a family treasure indeed. Her pulse raced. How did they know so much about her necklace? Later, in the lounge, she encountered Mr. Thompson again. He was reading a novel, his expression impassive. But when she passed by, he tilted his head slightly and said, "Nice weather for a walk, don't you think?" The words were innocuous, yet something in his tone made her stomach churn. She nodded curtly and walked away, feeling his gaze linger on her back. Even the chauffeur wasn't above suspicion. As she stood by the window watching the sunlight glint off the sea, she caught him in the courtyard below, talking animatedly with one of the hotel maids. Their conversation ended abruptly when he noticed her watching, and he quickly disappeared into the garage. Every interaction, every glance felt like a calculated move on a chessboard, and she was the queen under siege. That evening, Pyne returned, his face betraying no emotion. He handed her a velvet box. "It's done," he said simply. Mrs. Peters opened the box with trembling hands. The fake necklace was a masterpiece, indistinguishable from the real one. "Now," Pyne continued, "you'll deliver this to the location they specify, but remember, stay calm no matter what happens. They're expecting you to panic. Don't give them the satisfaction." Mrs. Peters nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. As the clock struck 11, a second note arrived, slipped under her door. Bring the necklace to the ruined amphitheater at midnight. Come alone. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest. The amphitheater. That place was isolated, surrounded by shadowy ruins that seemed to breathe the ancient past. "Are you sure about this?" she whispered to Pyne. His eyes glinted with reassurance. "Trust me, Mrs. Peters, we're closer to the truth than you realize." At exactly midnight, Mrs. Peters stood at the edge of the amphitheater, the fake necklace clutched tightly in her hand. The wind howled through the ruins, carrying with it a faint, eerie whistle. Shadows danced across the crumbling stones as her lantern flickered. She called out into the darkness, her voice trembling. "I am here. I have what you want." The silence that followed was deafening. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, their face obscured by a scarf and hat. They stepped forward, their hand outstretched. "Give it to me," the figure rasped. Mrs. Peters hesitated, her mind racing. Was this truly the kidnapper? Or was someone else pulling the strings? Before she could decide, a second shadow moved in the periphery of her vision. Her heart skipped a beat. Here is more than one of them. And then, just as she extended the necklace, a sudden noise shattered the stillness. A sharp, metallic click. She froze, realizing it was the sound of a gun being cocked. "Hand it over," the figure demanded, their voice colder this time. Mrs. Peters tightened her grip on the necklace, her breath coming in short gasps. She was trapped, with no way of knowing whether Pyne's plan would save her or doom her entirely. The exchange. High-stakes action. The jeweler arrived just after sunset, a slim man with an air of meticulous precision. He set to work immediately in a secluded corner of Mrs. Peters' suite, his tools glinting in the lamplight. Every tap of his hammer, every careful stroke of his brush seemed to stretch time, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. Mrs. Peters paced the floor, wringing her hands, glancing every so often at the real necklace, lying on the desk, a glittering masterpiece of diamonds and memories. "I've never felt more foolish," she muttered to Pyne, her voice sharp with anxiety. "Putting my trust in strangers. What if they see through the fake?" Parker Pyne, seated calmly in an armchair, sipped his tea without a care in the world. "They won't," he replied evenly. "He's the best in the business. Besides, worry is a thief, Mrs. Peters. Let's not let it steal any more of your energy tonight." Mrs. Peters glared at him, but his unshakable confidence was oddly comforting. Hours later, as the jeweler presented the replica, Mrs. Peters' breath caught. It was perfect. The diamonds sparkled just like the real ones, their brilliance undiminished. Even in her nervous state, she couldn't help but marvel. Pyne took the fake necklace and placed it gently into a velvet pouch. "The real one stays here," he said, locking the original in a hidden compartment of his briefcase. "Now, Mrs. Peters, all you need to do is wait. I'll take it from here." Mrs. Peters hesitated, her voice trembling. What if something goes wrong?" "It won't," Pyne said, his tone reassuring. "I've handled situations far trickier than this. Stay here, stay calm, and trust me." With that, he left, his figure disappearing into the moonlit night. The hours that followed felt like an eternity. Mrs. Peters sat by the window, staring out at the darkened courtyard below. The hotel had fallen into an eerie silence, the kind that made every creak of the floorboards feel like a thunderclap. Her mind was a battlefield of fears and doubts. She imagined a dozen horrible outcomes. Pyne walking into a trap, the kidnappers discovering the ruse, Willard being harmed. Every passing second only added to her dread. She kept glancing at the clock, willing it to move faster. Midnight came and went, and still no word from Pyne. The silence was unbearable. Then, finally, a soft knock at the door. Mrs. Peters practically ran to it. Throwing it open, there stood Willard, disheveled but unharmed, his face pale but smiling. "Mother," he said weakly, and she pulled him into a fierce embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, thank God," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You are safe. You are safe." Behind Willard, Parker Pyne appeared, his expression calm as ever. "All's well that ends well," he said with a small smile. Though I must admit, the kidnappers weren't particularly clever. They accepted the necklace without so much as a second glance. Mrs. Peters laughed shakily, relief washing over her in waves. For the first time in days, she felt like she could breathe again. But her relief was short-lived. Later that night, as she sat in the lounge with a glass of wine, trying to calm her nerves, a shadow fell across her. She looked up to see Mr. Thompson standing there, his face pale and his eyes dark with intensity. "Mrs. Peters," he said in a low voice, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "I need to speak with you. It's urgent." She frowned, her exhaustion making her less patient than usual. "What is it, Mr. Thompson? Can't it wait until morning?" "No," he said firmly, "it can't." His tone made her sit up straighter. "What are you talking about?" He leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "I know about the ransom, and I know who's really behind it." Her heart skipped a beat. "What are you saying?" "I hear is something you don't know," he said, his eyes boring into hers. "And if you want to truly protect yourself and your son, you need to hear it." Mrs. Peters' throat went dry. "Tell me," she demanded, her voice trembling. Thompson hesitated, glancing over his shoulder. Then he said, "Not here. Meet me in the garden at dawn. I'll explain everything." Before she could respond, he walked away, leaving her alone with her racing thoughts. As the door to the lounge swung shut behind him, Mrs. Peters sat frozen, her mind whirling. What could Thompson possibly know? And why had he waited until now to reveal it? Her gaze drifted toward the garden, where the shadows seemed deeper than ever. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick foliage, and the thought of meeting Thompson there sent a shiver down her spine. She clutched her wine glass tighter, her pulse pounding in her ears. Pyne had assured her that the ordeal was over, but was it? Or had the true danger only just begun? The faint sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway behind her, and she turned sharply, her breath catching in her throat. But no one was there. The revelation. Climax. The garden was cloaked in shadows, as Mrs. Peters stepped cautiously onto the gravel path, her heart hammering in her chest. The early dawn light painted the sky in hues of gray, but the dense foliage around her seemed to absorb any hint of brightness. She clutched her shawl tightly, the cool air biting at her skin as she scanned the garden for Mr. Thompson. He emerged from behind a tall hedge, his figure barely distinguishable in the dim light. His face was set, his usual reserved demeanor replaced by something much graver. "Mrs. Peters," he greeted her, his voice low and steady. "Thank you for coming." "I didn't have much of a choice," she replied, trying to mask the unease that threatened to creep into her tone. "What is this about? What do you know?" Thompson hesitated, his hand resting lightly on the iron bench beside him. He glanced around, ensuring no one else was within earshot. "First, I owe you an apology," he said, his gaze meeting hers with an intensity that made her uneasy. "I haven't been entirely honest with you." Mrs. Peters stiffened. "What do you mean?" He sighed deeply, as though the weight of what he was about to say had been pressing on him for days. "My name isn't really Thompson," he began. "I am Parker Pyne." The words hit her like a thunderclap. She blinked, certain she'd misheard. "What are you talking about? That's impossible. You can't be Parker Pyne." "And yet I am," he said, his expression unwavering. "The man you trusted, the one who claimed to be May, was an imposter. I've been traveling incognito, taking a quiet vacation away from my usual life. But when I overheard his plans, I couldn't stand by and let him fool you." Mrs. Peters took a shaky step back, her mind reeling. "You are saying the man who helped me, the man who rescued Willard, he was part of the kidnapping plot?" Thompson Pyne nodded. "Exactly. He orchestrated the entire thing, from the ransom note to the exchange. His jeweler friend was in on it too. The paste necklace he gave you was a clever ruse. While you thought the real necklace was safe, they swapped it out during the exchange. You've been holding a fake all along." Mrs. Peters felt her knees weaken, and she gripped the back of a garden chair for support. But why? Why go to all this trouble? "For greed," Pyne replied simply. "The real necklace is worth a fortune, far more than the ransom they originally demanded. By playing the part of the hero, he ensured your trust and your cooperation." Her mind raced, piecing together the events of the past days. The impostor's calm demeanor, his cryptic assurances, his insistence on handling everything himself, it all made sense now. He'd played her perfectly. "But how do I know you are telling the truth?" she demanded, her voice shaking with both anger and fear. Pyne reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet pouch. He opened it carefully, revealing the unmistakable brilliance of her real diamond necklace. Mrs. Peters gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. "The necklace? How did you?" "I intercepted them," Pyne explained, his tone calm but firm. "After the exchange, I followed them and caught them before they could flee. They're in police custody now, along with your so-called Parker Pyne and his accomplice." Tears welled in her eyes as relief and humiliation washed over her in equal measure. "I can't believe I trusted him," she whispered. "I can't believe I let myself be fooled." Pyne's expression softened. "You are not the first, Mrs. Peters. He was a master manipulator, and he took advantage of your vulnerability. But what matters is that your son is safe, and your necklace has been recovered." Mrs. Peters nodded, though her heart still ached with the sting of betrayal. "What will happen to him?" "He'll face justice," Pyne assured her. "But I must ask, did you notice anything off about him? Anything that seemed unusual?" She thought back, her mind replaying every interaction, every conversation. "He was too confident," she murmured. "Too perfect. And now that I think about it, he never once asked about Willard's well-being after he was returned. That should have been a red flag." Pyne nodded approvingly. "Your instincts were right, even if you didn't realize it at the time. Trust them in the future." Mrs. Peters managed a faint smile, though her heart was still heavy. "Thank you, Mr. Pyne, for everything." As she turned to leave, Pyne called after her, "One more thing, Mrs. Peters." She paused, glancing back at him. "Be careful who you trust," he said, his voice carrying a hint of warning. "Not everyone is who they appear to be." The scene fades as Mrs. Peters walks away, her mind a storm of emotions, relief, regret, and an unshakable sense of unease. Pyne watches her go, his expression thoughtful. But just as the audience begins to relax, the camera lingers on Pyne's face. A small, knowing smile tugs at his lips, and he turns to leave, his shadow disappearing into the garden. The screen fades to black, leaving viewers with a single, haunting question. Was this the real Parker Pyne after all? The final scene, resolution. The first rays of sunlight spilled over the ancient ruins of Delphi, bathing the marble columns in a golden glow. The crisp morning air carried the faint scent of olives and wildflowers, a stark contrast to the storm of emotions still swirling within Mrs. Peters. She stood on the hotel balcony, the view of the sacred site stretching out before her like a painting. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her well-worn detective novella book that now felt like a strange echo of her own recent reality. Behind her, Willard sat in a chair, staring blankly at his untouched breakfast. The boy who had always seemed so carefree, so unshaken by life's challenges, now looked older, the weight of the past few days etched into his youthful features. "I almost lost you, Willard," Mrs. Peters said softly, breaking the silence. Her voice carried a tremor, but there was strength beneath a mother's resilience. Willard glanced up, guilt shadowing his face. "I am sorry, Mother, for everything, for not listening to you, for taking you for granted." He hesitated, his fingers tracing the edge of the coffee cup. "I'll do better, I promise," You've always looked out for me, and I've been too blind to see it." A lump rose in her throat, but she swallowed it down, managing a small, bittersweet smile. "We've both learned some hard lessons, haven't we?" Before he could respond, there was a soft knock at the door. Mrs. Peters turned to find Mr. Thompsonno, the real Parker Pyne, standing there, his hat in hand. He looked every bit the unassuming, understated man she had met days ago, yet now she saw him through an entirely different lens. "Good morning, Mrs. Peters," Pyne said, his tone warm but professional. "I wanted to check on you both before I leave." She invited him in, and for a moment, the three of them stood in an awkward silence. Finally, Mrs. Peters spoke, her voice tinged with a mix of gratitude and lingering disbelief. "Mr. Pyne, or should I say the real Mr. Pyne, I don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't intervened," she trailed off, the weight of what could have happened hanging heavily in the air. Pyne waved a hand dismissively. "No thanks are necessary, Mrs. Peters. I was merely in the right place at the right time. Besides," he added with a faint smile, "you handled yourself quite admirably, all things considered." She raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a wry smirk. "Admirably? I was fooled, betrayed, and nearly robbed blind. Hardly a shining moment." Pyne chuckled softly. "True, but you kept your composure when it mattered most. That's more than many can say." Willard stood and approached Pyne, extending a hand. "Thank you, sir, for everything." Pyne shook his hand firmly. "Take care of your mother, young man. She's stronger than you realize, but even strong people need someone to lean on." Willard nodded solemnly, and Pyne turned back to Mrs. Peters. "Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I prefer to leave quietly, fewer questions that way." Mrs. Peters tilted her head, studying him. "Quietly. Somehow, I suspect that's your style." He smiled enigmatically and tipped his hat. "Safe travels, Mrs. Peters, and perhaps consider sticking to detective stories in the future. They're far less dangerous than the real thing." With that, he turned and walked out, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Mrs. Peters stood there for a moment, staring at the closed door, before letting out a soft laugh. "Detective stories," she murmured, shaking her head. "If only he knew." She returned to the balcony, her gaze drifting back to the ruins. The sunlight now illuminated every crack and crevice, revealing the beauty hidden in the worn and weathered stones. For the first time, she truly understood the allure of this place, the sense of history, of resilience, of stories both told and untold. As she clutched her novel tighter, her fingers brushed against something tucked between its pages. She opened the book to find a folded note. Her heart skipped a beat as she read the simple, handwritten words. "Not everything is as it seems, PP." Her breath caught, and she turned sharply, as though expecting to see Pyne standing behind her. But the room was empty. A shiver ran down her spine, though not from fear. She glanced at the ruins once more, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "Not everything is as it seems," she repeated to herself, her tone laced with intrigue. As the scene fades, the camera lingers on the note in her hand. The audience is left with one burning question. Was this truly the end of the story, or the beginning of something far more mysterious? What would you have done in Mrs. Peters' place? Did you guess the twist before the ending?